Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, welcome back to the Pokemon Master Ball League 2025-2026 Asia Championship Series for VGC. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is JJ once again, and with me still is Rockhard.
Hello, everybody, and we are here for the day 2 of the Pokemon Asia Championship Series. We are down to our top 16 trainers for today, and 10 of them
are going to go to the Worlds.
Are going to the Worlds.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
like,
crazy.
Coming in from 128 players, now down to just the 16 ones, it's going to be a lot. You know, the competition is very fierce, and well, everyone wants to go to Worlds. We want to go to Worlds, and I'm pretty sure these players would want to go to Worlds as well.
That would be so cool, wouldn't it? Now, of course, we have a lot to talk about here today. We'll have a lot to break down. And if you are around the area of SMX Convention Center in Manila, we are live here on the venue where a lot of stuff are actually going on. Obviously, we a lot of the trainers did not really make it the top cut, so they have a lot of time also to just join in with your friends and family here in the venue.
I mean, again, it's also the the family day as well. It's a Sunday, and there's a lot of activities right now here at the venue for your entire family to enjoy.
That's right, and a lot of it is, of course, we're gonna be. All of it is just for the love of Pokemon.
I mean, dude, we enjoyed ourselves as well with the events.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? But speaking of enjoying, obviously, these players, competitors right now on the top two, day 2 rather, are going to be enjoying this one as we have increased the number of players that we'll be sending over to the World Championships from 12 to 14.
That's right. And obviously, outside the top 10, the 4 next highest placing players who meet the age requirements for either junior or senior division are, of course, joining us as well on World. So it's a really big deal here in the Master Ball League, and everyone just knows how high the stakes are right now.
No, yeah, I mean, again, it's not just that it's high, it's really, really up there, as this is the only way for VG players to actually be able to get into Worlds. And as, you know, we're talking about Worlds as well, let's try to talk about and dive into what actually Worlds is. So this one, the Master Ball League, it is the ultimate major competition in the Championship Series, aiming for the World Championship invite. Because again, for VG, this is the only event that we have once a year for us to be able to be eligible for the World Championships, at least for VG. And the World's invite is essentially, hey, if you win the tournament, you get a top 10, you get invited to the World Championships in August.
That's right. It's a very highly coveted invite, and we're only the best of the best trainers from all over the world.
Compete.
Every single country is going to be able to compete, and of course, that is a huge honor in and of itself. Just being there is such a great privilege.
There you go. I mean, we want to be there as well, you know what I mean? It's not just the players, but also everyone, because the experience there is just amazing. But speaking of experience, though, this is what we're talking about. This is the current experience at the venue right now. So we have for day 1s, this was our layout. You know, we have had the VGC, the TCG Masters, Senior and Junior, and of course, there are guardians as well in between. And we also have the judges station right there. And of course, we have some placements for the spectators if they do want to see the action live as well in monitors. But of course, immediately after round number 3, we're going to convert some of the seats to a point get battle, which, by the way, you need to get 1 win. It's a TCG match. Get 1 win, get 1 point. If you get 5 points, you may redeem those points for a booster pack.
That's right. And all of that is happening, what was happening yesterday here for day number 1.
Yes.
And we can tell you, it was very difficult to actually walk around here with all the trainers going all to so many activities. And those activities are actually just going to get more and more here in day number 2, where we actually have a lot of booths that you can try out with the rest of your family. A lot of that is also, of course, on the champions, and of course the chance to experience Poketopia. If you don't have Poketopia yet on your Switch too, you should definitely try it out. And that's one way that you can do it here in our venue.
Or I mean, like, if you're still on the fence whether or not to try out or get Poketopia for yourselves. I mean, I guess that's the reason why it's here. You can try it out. Poketopia, we have Champions as well, which is currently only available for the Nintendo Switch too, but then it's going to come out to the mobile device as well later this year. And of course, Point Get Battle still for day number 2 is going to be there. We also have an expanded format side event. We also have a coloring corner, which is basically you're asked to draw your own Pokemon card, and you get to draw it. And of course, we have Pokemon Mesastar. We lined up there earlier, and I can't wait to show them the what we got for the special Pikachu tag, the yellow tag. And at the same time, there's also the Mesastar Dynamax band that's available at the venue as well, which also has the limited edition yellow tag Pikachu Gigantamax.
That's
tag.
right.
There you go.
So a lot of stuff happening here, so go on over. For newer trainers, they actually are giving away like demo decks as well down here on the venue.
And the Charizard demo decks.
If you've ever wanted to get into TCG, now is a great time to do it. You'll be able to learn from a lot of really experienced players and judges here in the venue itself.
Yes.
And you can do it with your friends, and you can even get your own demo deck. And of course, we got our format. It is a Swiss round tournament, which is, of course, the structure. Right now, we did go through the seven Swiss rounds yesterday on day 1. But now, we are on the second part, which is a single elimination for our top 16 players.
And there you have it. Of course, it's the usual case here for VGC, starting off with the Swiss rounds and then top cut being a single eliminations. But of course, for those who are not aware or at least not familiar with Swiss, this is how it works. For the first round, you get random pairings, and round 2, moving forward, you will be paired with someone of similar scores. So that's how we determine the rankings as well. So this is it right now. Our format for this stage, for the top 16, it's going to be a single elimination a best of 3, and whoever wins 2 games is going to be proceeding to the next stage. And speaking of that as well, we only have top 16, and that means we only get to see 4 games today.
That's right. So 4 games, and the last one is going to be the grand finals, which is, again, if you are part of our finalists, you're going to be in for a treat. But for everyone who joined yesterday, they all got a microfiber cloth and a notebook for their VGC adventure. And of course, for our top 4 prizes, we've got trophies waiting for you.
Yes, there you go. Of course, the top 4 prize, the trophy, the second, and the grand champion as well. And at the same time, for those who are going to be placing 3rd to 10 placements, we'll be getting an invite to play for the World Championships. But for those who will be getting in on the top 2, not only gets the invite, but also going to be getting a travel award, meaning they would have to just prepare themselves for the upcoming tournament.
That's right. All of that is going to be accomplished as you get to become one of our finalists. Pokemon's got you covered. So let's go ahead and show our very best here today. Hopefully they're all prepped and ready. We did see them yesterday. Got to see a lot of our top cut players.
Yes.
Basically, if you obviously there's only like 8 winners, right? If you're 16, then 8 of them are going to be going on top. So with the remaining 8 that will not be able to win on round 1. Their current placement or their day 1 placements will actually determine who has the higher placement between 9 to 16.
That is true. And of course, with that being said, it is going to be very detrimental how they're going to be placed from day number 1 ending the day number 1.
It's already like a big buff if you got like a really high day 1 placement, basically.
So, the seeding really matters. Of course, even if you are already guaranteed day number 2, you don't want to be complacent enough. Because, again, it will determine who you will be facing up against on the later stages of the tournament.
That's actually why we're talking about, like, even though we were in the last round yesterday, we were in the last match, and both of them were technically qualified for day number 2, they actually want to have a higher placement just to ensure that they will have a higher
better chances
day 2 placement after the fact. So definitely we saw that yesterday, especially in our last matchup. It was very, very good. Aside from obviously seeing some newer Pokemon has joined the meta, it's also just very important to see how they are actually navigating the matches that we had.
And of course, I would like to also mention that there are a lot of notable names in the top 16, as I mentioned earlier. As mentioned yesterday, we have had the likes of Ivan. We have the likes of what do you call this? Alvin is there as well. We have Vincent. And Giorgio that we saw as well yesterday on the broadcast is also here. And at the same time, the two previous regional champions are also still at the top 16.
That's right. So look at the pairings here. We will have that ready for you. These are our contestants for today. And these are who they will be facing off against each other. Talking about Ryan and Giorgio.
Yes.
They're actually facing off here on this first.
That's right, too.
Yeah, that's right. So it's going to be pretty fun to watch that for sure.
Yeah, so for those who are wondering, we only have their first names on the brackets. For those who are wondering where Tyrant is, that is Francis going up against. It's going to be very interesting to see them as well. Alvin Rombano, and of course Francis immediately on the first round of the single eliminations. It's going to be heartbreaking, especially that they are some of the, really known and pillars into the community as well. Very good veterans as well. But for this time, though, we're going to be looking over at the Jade and Lex.
Yeah, this is so interesting, right? Because the moment that you win your round number 1, it's Worlds, baby.
That's true.
That's so true. Cool. So you're already part of the top 8. So you're going to be guaranteed your ticket, at least for the invite. Now, question is, of course, you want to make it all the way to the final, so you need like 2 wins right after that.
I mean, it's also quite heartbreaking as well. Round 1, just to start the day off, if you don't get to proceed to the next round, it's going to be, it's already there. It's already within reach. But then, I mean, I guess that's why it's very crucial for you to play as much as you can to be the very best on round number 1. Because, again, that is the most crucial one. Getting that World's invite is definitely the priority here.
Yeah, big. It's actually a really big stake. And, again, these trainers have really fought tooth and nail for a long time. I've seen a few of them actually just has been playing and going around collecting collecting points as well, right? So it's actually nice to see them here, and I am so excited to actually just get into the game very soon and watch them showcase their skill and talent here.
Yeah. So here we go as well. I just wanted to show our audiences as well what you could actually get. I mean, if you are not here yet, you can still come in. We're going to be here until later down the day, and you would still be able to get these. So we have some of these, we have the visors, the Pikachu visors. We have some of the very cute stickers from Poketopia.
Absolutely.
So, and at the same time, what we're talking about earlier, this special Pikachu tag.
Yeah, the yellow tag.
The yellow tag special one, a limited one that you could get as well. So, really exciting. Even if you're not a competitor, there's still a lot for you to do here, especially as I just noticed your team.
yeah.
Pokemon Go represent. I just noticed.
Absolutely. Team Spark, bro. All the way.
I am too. But with that makes hey, Pokemon Go Championship Series is coming up pretty soon as well.
I'm also very excited to watch that. 100%.
And then afterwards was gonna be Unite in 2 weeks.
So lots of stuff happening for Pokemon in the next few weeks and months.
Yes.
And again, all of that leading into the World Championships happening in August. So hope you guys are very excited for that. Everywhere all around the world actually just got a regional finish across the pond, as they say. Most recently here in Prague as well. I was watching that, and that was very cool. So again, we might have picked up a few things there, but one thing's for sure, we do have a very interesting matchup coming up for our first one. To say the least.
Looking over the team sheets of everyone, we didn't really see a lot of these. This Pokemon in specific, right? I think we're looking at the same Pokemon here.
Yep.
That of being Palmont, which also has, I believe, one of the only 2 Pokemon that can actually, revive a Pokemon outside of items.
So one of them is Rabska, but no who uses Rabska. But and of course, Palmont is going to have the ability to fake out as well.
Yes, the fake out.
And that is, of course, with Lex.
Yes, and removing, with the double shock as well, they can remove their electric typing and leaving only the fighting typing off of that Pokemon. So that's really going to be interesting. But also at the same time, we have Jade here, with the, I'd say more of a, staples kind of like pull. So we have, the Calyrex, Shadow Rider, we have the Chien Pao, we have the Shiyu, the Dragonite, Florida Main, and Terapagos, which is really going to outspeed a lot on the side of Lex. But then again, that's a Trick Room team,
Jade's lineup is basically super duper quick, man. I mean, Flutter Mane, Dragonite, Calyrex in one lineup just feels so strong. And as a it feels like Dragonite is just a great answer, especially now that Calyrex is like in almost every single, I think in every single composition in our top 16.
Yeah, I mean, we never really get to see any other. I mean, it's really strong. That's
Shadow Rider Calyrex is just crazy. And that's also a big reason why Zamazenta is such a mainstay right now. The ability to have Wide Guard to stop that Astral Barrage is just so good. Even though technically, like, Zamazenta is really just good with just body press as a defensive maneuver, it feels like you just have to keep it alive as long as possible so you can defend against the Calyrex.
I mean, again, not having Wide Guard means you're allowing that Shadow Rider Calyrex to just go in on you and destroy the entire composition, even if you do have a lot of defensive options. Sure, the double protect might be a little bit too much as well if you are going to be sacrificing it for a setup as well, going over to the next set of
double protect is basically means you're sacrificing one major attack instead of like just wide guarding and then having your partner Pokemon go and do an offensive attack. So I really feel like we can find more safety in maybe having more. But again, in this matchup that we have right now, no Zamazenta.
No Zamazenta, indeed. But then, I guess this is going to be more of a non-defensive kind of... I think we're going to be seeing a very straightforward match here.
Oh, yeah. That's for sure.
Mainly because of the fact that, they are running a Trick Room for Lex here. We have a Trick Room, but at the same time, we do have the Whimsicott as well that could, battle against the speed tiers here with Tailwind. But then again, it will all depend on who's going to go first and who's going to be able to knock out one Pokemon first. Because again, the moment that this Lunala can get a Trick Room, I think they would have the advantage. However, if they do decide to not go for the Trick Room just to play some mind games here, I think that is something that could be taken advantage of here by Lex.
But I also really like Lex's composition because he does have the option to go Whimsicott into Tailwind as well.
Yes.
So this composition actually just makes a lot of sense with the Miraidon as well.
That is true. No, that is very... what do you call this? It's very flexible.
Very
so
flexible,
to say, right? Like, so even if they are losing on, losing on the speed battle, they can still, convert into, hey, you're fast enough that you're gonna be too slow on Trick Room.
That's right. And again, if you are caught in a Trick Room, you don't want to face an Ursaluna.
Of course.
Oh my goodness.
With
so
with
good,
Guts
right?
and Flame Orb.
Ooh. I think we've seen some games yesterday which is won out straight up by the Ursaluna. And again, just so not really much you can do about that, especially when you get hit with a Facade. It's like, oh man, just
Facade doubling if you have a status, and Guts doesn't really put down the attacking prowess of the Ursaluna as well. So that's really... There's a lot of multipliers right there.
It is. So it really has a lot of multipliers. We haven't even talked about the Terra. So.
That is true. I mean, that's one of the things that I'm really interested about as well. We're going to be seeing in Terapagos as well. Here, last time that we saw Terapagos, it really wasn't able to maximize it as much as it possibly could.
That was so funny because yesterday the Terapagos that we saw had so many supporting Pokemon. I think it had like a Clefairy and a Smeargle.
Yes.
So, again, if you can't get that set up, I don't know how you're going to actually get it set up here. Unless I think I kind of get what Jade is going for here. Basically have so many Pokemon, so many fast Pokemon that you might want to focus on instead of the Terapagos.
Yes.
So maybe that might be the support that we can see that makes the Terapagos work here. Terra Starstorm is just such a good move. As soon again, if you can let it off sooner.
Yes.
Right?
I mean, I guess this Terapagos specifically for Jade doesn't really need any setting up, mainly because of the fact that it's using choice specs, increasing its special attack, but to the cost of only using one. And the thing here is, this is going to be a very free Terapagos. I say that because there's no White Guard threat here. So Terra Star Storm,
you're gonna have basically have to double protect into it if you want to block it out.
Exactly.
And again, if you have this Terapagos on your lineup, if you're Jade, just turn one Terra Star Storm, see what you've got, right?
Of course.
I like what she's brought here, and we'll definitely see if this Dragonite can also make a big difference. I think Dragonites yesterday were like a really big saving grace for, especially for a few of our players.
Yes, with the Terra into the extreme speed, that was just amazing. However, I'm kind of like, I wouldn't say I'm very concerned, but what I'm really interested, one thing that I'm really interested about Jade's team here is that 3 of their Pokemon actually are using choice items.
That's true.
Chi-Yu with the choice scarf, obviously they want to be as quick as possible. They want to finish it off as early as possible because again, the speed is what they're going for here. And Dragonite as well with the choice band, which is a really good choice. Choice band into Sarah into extreme speed could definitely one KO a lot of Pokemon on the side of honestly anyone, but most especially into Lexus here because there's not a lot of there's not a lot here that could be a normal except for I mean there's no Shadow Calyrex Spider here as well.
Okay.
And I guess except for the Ursa Luna, which could go into Terra Ghost.
That's right. So that's the thing I was looking at. That's why I saw that Terra Ghost. Very interesting.
Right?
So I would love to see that matchup. And I think I kind of get Jay's lineup. Wants to go fast, like you mentioned, with all this, every choice item basically on the lineup.
They're locked in, right? They're locked into one move.
Yeah, fast Chi-Yu. You also want to go Dragonite. Into extreme speed with normal Terra, just so destructive.
Yes.
Again, no Calyrex means you're not too worried about that if you are Lex. But look at that, like again, you got that revival blessing.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see if that's actually gonna make it in, or if that's just like there for the mind games.
I mean, I guess for now, what I'm seeing is as much as I'd like to see the Revival Blessing, I don't really think that we're going to be seeing it this time around because, again, looking at the composition here of Jade, they want to go in quick and they want to go in fast and they want to go in with very strong moves here that if they do decide for that, I think it's just going to, prolong the inevitable. But then again, it could be that mind game that you're talking about as well that could put that could put Jade in on a in that deficit.
Yeah, I mean in this matchup, what worries me is the speed, right? The speed of Jade's lineup. But at the same time, if you are under Trick Room, good luck with that. And I think the Palmons or Saloons are probably going to be able to launch their attacks first before any stronger Pokemon here, such as the Chenpao or the Flutter Mane. So I kind of get it. I kind of get the lineup from Lex here. Also having that Incineroar, which, again, I'm super surprised Incineroar has actually gone down in usage.
At least for the broadcast,
At least for our broadcast here. It's quite amazing how our meta is actually quite shifting away from that. I mean, aside from the fact that there's a lot of other Pokemon that actually have the ability to fake out and actually have that knockoff ability as well.
Yeah, it's quite interesting where we already saw in data at least where the global data where Incineroar is actually #1 still, but at least for the broadcast, obviously we didn't get to see a lot of the non-broadcast matches, right? But as of the broadcast, there's not really a lot of Incineroar, and even if there were players who brought in Incineroar, they never really got to play it on the actual field.
Yeah, that's right. So Incineroar users, how are you feeling? How's that? How's that for a bit of a meta shift?
That's
which again is a big thing going over to Champions as well, where what's funny in Champions?
I mean, at least it doesn't have any knockoff anymore.
That's right.
Not yet.
Not yet. We'll see. We'll see. But in Champions, actually, Sneasler is the higher, is the most used right now.
That's true.
And Incineroar is still, Sneasler is #1. Incineroar is #2.
Yes.
Still.
Yes.
But not the top dog anymore, or top cat. as they say here.
It's true. That's true.
Very interestingly enough, again, so excited for the shift.
Yes.
And it's very excited for Champions. And if you want to try out Champions as well, we do have,
it on the...
We have a few units here that you can
Yes.
use out. And definitely see you guys there.
Oh, no,
eventually.
So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we're just waiting for everyone to get set up as well, so that we would be able to bring you guys the action.
I think they are starting. They're starting to get set up now. There you go.
They are now currently a team preview, and immediately
Yes.
after the team preview, we will be on our first match. I think I'm going to be very excited for this one, because again, a lot is at stake right now. A lot is at stake
Very
right
much so. Again, one win, and you're in Worlds.
now. Or you have to say goodbye. That's the big thing, right?
That's right. So let's go ahead to game number 1 here between Lex and, of course, Jade. We're going here for our first openers. It's Calyrex and Terrapagos. And of course, that Whimsicott with the Miraidon. Again, a very fast combo. They don't want to go doesn't want to go Trick Room, at least for now.
Yes, and again, going in quick, going in fast. Game player of the game here for Jade, going in immediately for and again, they are not scared to do a multi-hitting move here because there's no threat of the wide guard.
Straight up and the Astral Barrage. I mean, the only way you can deal with that is definitely just the double protect. But I think the Whimsicott can kind of take it. I know Miraidon will be able to.
Yes.
Again, with Terra Starstorm though, that is such a crazy maneuver. Astral Barrage plus Terra Starstorm. If you don't protect against that, that actually might be enough to go for the knockout.
And there's also the choice specs with that as well. And you know, the pranks are coming in, possibly into that of the Whimsicott. But here we go, starting off the game with an Electric Terra.
At the very least, the Whimsicott might be able to pull off Tailwind.
Possibly.
Before it goes down. Look at
this. We'll find out in just a bit because here comes the Terra. Beautiful Terrapagos here with him. I really love this.
Yeah, this is amazing.
The design is amazing.
Absolutely.
But here you go. No more terrain onto the field right now. But the Tailwind, as we mentioned, is going to be popped up here by Lex. Wants to win that one, but full switch just to have a good switch in.
Yeah.
There we go. Calyrex, unfortunately, not going to be enough despite having the Life Orb.
Yeah, absolutely. Despite that, obviously, you're still in a good position if you are Lex. You want to choose, you just want to save that Miraidon as much as possible.
Yes.
You know there's a possibility of a double attack coming in from Jade, so you're trying to save that. Lunala is going to be the option here for Lex and try to absorb all of that damage.
The question is, would this Lunala survive? They're not expecting the double multi-hitting move, and this Lunala is just gonna go down very quick and very fast. That is the first double KO of the day and of the game. Immediately going in, going fast.
I mean, we saw that. We were talking about that before the match started, how Jade has these options, these very hard hitters available. And you know what? Just not afraid to use it at all.
That's true, and here they have, of course, the Pound, which can revive a Pokemon at the back. But then, the thing is, even if they do, say, for example, revive that Lunala, it's going to be, you know...
It's half HP.
It's half HP, and the Trick Room is, well, -7 in priority, so you won't be able to set it up as well.
Yeah, I don't think you want to... She's going to go for... Lex is going to go for a Trick Room anyway, because, you know, he already has Tailwind active.
Yes.
So I think he just wants to hit hard and hit back, and try to equalize on the attack here.
Oh, no, yeah. Sorry, I was meaning to say White Guard.
The White Guard.
Yeah, there we go. No, not the Trigger, but rather the White Guard, just for Jade's Pokemon as of the moment. But then it would be free hitting on that guy.
Yeah, very strong attack here, Electric Rift, although it's already a very low Calyrex anyway. And there you go, that Tailwind advantage being felt here by Lex.
And here you have it, of course, Brandon losing his HP, additional attack prowess. But the flinch is now coming in. And this is actually quite beautiful. Still a advantageous position for Jade. Just because of the fact that they still have a lot at stake here. They still have 3 more Pokemon, 1 more Pokemon at the back as well, which could essentially allow them to go in and go hard.
Yeah, this is Choice Band Dragonite. We're going to see possibly Extreme Speed.
Yes.
On this out. Of course, not going to be able to Terra anymore. Palmon can be able to tank some of that hits. And the Draco Meteor for the one-hit KO coming from the Miraidon.
There you go. That is going to lure its special attack, but it's already done its job. Taking out that Dragonite. Possibly Flex here coming from the back lane, but there you go, the close combat, unfortunately not going to be able to take down the Terrapagos, and here comes another hit here from Terrapagos. I don't think they're going to be able to survive this one, but if they do, they still have one more to take care of from Jade.
Yeah, the Palmon's definitely going down, but look at that, even the Miraidon, which is definitely the biggest attacker, going down as well. Lex, man, got wiped out by this lineup. Palmon not even able to pull off the Revival Blessing, and that is going to be game one going over to Jade.
That was very quick. I believe that was the quickest game that we have had since yesterday.
Super, super fast. I mean, we said it. Jade has this very interesting composition where you don't know if it's going to be the double attack, but looks like Astral Barrage and Terra Starstorm is just an insane amount of damage, and if you don't protect against it, you don't have wide guards, you're out of luck.
The thing is, as well, starting off with Whimsicott and the Miraidon, the only Pokemon that has Protect in their lineup, as in their team sheet right here, is that Whimsicott. Sorry, it was only Miraidon that has the Protect, and Whimsicott is definitely going to be able to take down the damage coming in.
Lunala maybe with a wide guard?
Maybe to start it off.
Could have been a good one, but yeah, again, it was Lex deciding to go for Tailwind
instead, yes. Yeah. But then again, that I guess that was the most crucial one going into turn number one, because again, that just gives Jade the go signal to just go in and go hard immediately turn one, because they know for a fact that they won't be able to use wide guard anyway. They won't be able to stop the attack, and even if they do, at least the Whimsicott is going down immediately.
Yeah, and even if you did wide guard, I mean, you might get caught into that. Jade's Calyrex actually has Disable in Encore as well.
Yes.
So it's actually a little bit
of a trap again.
Yeah, I think that was also kind of considered as well by Lex here, and it actually pushed him in a pretty tough situation. Going to game number 2 here right off the bat, and Chi-Yu, again, another option for a strong attacker coming in from Jade.
And this is what we're talking about earlier as well. Potentially, if Lunala was here earlier, turn 1, in game number 1, possibly we might have been able to see quite a different kind of, different kind of outcome. But this time, here comes Lunala, and look at how Jade is thinking about it. Maybe trying to outsmart Lex here, going for the Astral Barrage, or maybe doing the Encore into Lex, but they're still going to go for it.
That's really scary, especially right now that this Chi-Yu can basically do exactly what he did in game number 1, or she did in game number 1, Astral Barrage into Heat Wave Choice Scarf. And that is going to go first no matter what here.
There you go. Of course, they don't want to go for the Dark Pulse as well, knowing that they are going to go for the Terra as well. That's right. The white guard.
White guard. All right, that's exactly what you should do here, Lex. For sure.
And the light screen too.
And doubling up here.
Wow.
White guard plus light screen. Good luck getting anything through that. Dark Pulse definitely going to be hitting,
damage.
but with that light screen hugely reduced.
That was what we were talking about earlier. The threat of the white guard just made Jade here overthink a little bit of what to do, and well, that is now a defensive option here for Lex.
I really don't mind that, because at the same time, you know what? Maybe Jade's like, you might think I'm doing a double AoE again.
No,
no, I'm not. But yeah, you know what? Mind Games is not quite enough.
Yes.
I get why Jade tried to go for that.
Yep.
But the wide guard really able to block out that Astral Barrage is huge.
Yeah, I mean, the mind games coming from turn 1 from last game is just, it's going to be affecting Lex definitely, but of course they wore it off and made sure that they stick to the basics. And right now, switching out the Chi-Yu for GM Pow.
Yeah, Sword of Ruin, of course. Another wide guard here. Lex definitely not taking any chances with this one, and the Encore, forcing it into an Astral Barrage again.
There you go. And again, it's going to be, with the Prankster, it's definitely going to have its priority as well, making sure that it's going to be stuck up into that and possibly forcing Jade to switch out this Calyrex. It's not going to be able to do anything anymore.
This time, I don't really want to keep that Calyrex there because it's so vulnerable, especially with the knowledge that Lex knows you're just going to go throw that Astral Barrage over and over.
They're going to go in for Astral Barrage?
That is interesting.
The mind game coming in.
I don't know what Lex is up to here, but I'm pretty sure a wide guard would be pretty safe.
Yes.
That would be the safe pick, and just make sure that your Chantao can do more damage from the back, or sorry, your Whimsicott can maybe do swap out or do something.
Because that's the mind games right there.
Tailwind, there you go.
It's what do you call this? If you use the Encore into that of the Calyrex, one might think that, hey, you know what, there might be a switch in, but Lex saw it from a mile away, going in, hey, you know what, I'm not going to play the mind games, I'm just going to go in for the Wide Guard still, just in case.
Yeah, I mean, Wide Guard just to block the Astral Barrage. If he's going to switch in, your Lunala is safe anyway, because that Chantao is not going to be able to actually just take down the Lunala instantly.
And again, there's the light screen too.
Yeah, the light screen is also in the pack, so we still have like 3 turns of light screen, I think.
Yes, and it's going to include definitely the special attack damages coming in on the side of Lex. But then again, with this Whimsicott now has Tailwind, they definitely would have the advantage as well, especially the Prankster, to be able to set it up once again later once it's forced down.
Yeah, and that Prankster Whimsicott is just doing so much. I feel like it's already done more than its value right now. It can really just swap out right now and maybe just go for something offensive. But Lex decides to just keep it in. I mean, I guess it's still fine. Dark Pulse will probably not do that much damage. The Wide Guard is still just completely protecting them against Astral Barrage. There you go, that Whimsicott with a Moonblast.
Finally attacking too.
Finally an attack coming in from Lex. It's slow, but it's sure, and it actually almost puts Calyrex into half.
With currently, I believe this is the 3rd turn right now as well.
Yeah, Encore should be done almost.
There we go, it's already done.
Yeah.
Sorry, what I was saying is we might possibly see another Encore instead of the Astral Barrage, but then again, we have this is where the mind game is coming in right now. Getting it to switch in as well, making sure that even if they do the Encore, it's not going to affect Jade. They want to make this Calyrex survive for longer. Yeah,
making sure, because you need that Calyrex in there. Yes. That's your main win condition, unless there's something hidden at the back, but maybe there's another Terapagos hiding. We'll have to wait and see. But for now, we do have 2 more Pokemon not being revealed here by Lex, so that's definitely, at the back of Jade's mind as well right now.
So we got the Ghost, Terra, Chi, and Pao. Let's find out if that's going to be any problem here for Jade. There we go, Moon. I see, there we go, finally, actually, Lex predicting the switch in and taking out the Chantao, not even going to be able to do anything at all. And now, if Jade decides to go in for switching in the Calyrex, I think we're going to be able to see another Encore here. That read coming in from Lex is just beautiful. Yeah, that was a beautiful move. If the Calyrex didn't protect or swap out, yes, it was probably going to get taken out. So when we saw the swap out, doubling up into that slot is definitely the right call. Lex making a huge play here. And now Jade is going to have to fight back with something because the Pokemon are getting whittled down slowly, one by one. And here's the thing, there's still a Tailwind on the side of Lex. Although the light screen is now off here, the Wide Guard is definitely still a threat here for Jade. We might be able to see another Encore here later down the line. Not quite yet, of course, they haven't used this Astral Barrage just yet. But the light screen, once again, is coming back up. So that Flamethrower, again, could have taken out that Whimsicott if that light screen was not there. Not there, yes. But then the Wide Guard just stopping these Astral Barrages, forcing Jade into single target attacks. Oh, this is actually quite good as well, going into the side of Jade because they, well,
No Tailwind anymore.
No Tailwind anymore, but then they don't have a Protect as well. So it could have been like a turn to just wait out the Lunala to get taken up in the burn. But then again, they don't have any burn. They want to be very offensive on this one.
White guard still. He's trying to buy out.
Onto the final moments of the Lunala.
Keeping that there. Just trying to do as much as you can, making sure that you, at least before you go down,
yes,
you're able to set up your Tailwind, you're
yes,
able to set up for your 2 remaining Pokemon in the belt.
Yes, there you have it. And again, that now, Lunala out. That means the biggest threat into the side of Jade is now out as well.
Yeah, I kind of get it though. So you want to be able to chip as much damage with the Whimsicott and Lunala as much as you can,
yes,
and then go for the sweep with these last 2. And
wow,
if I'm guessing correctly, that should be an Ursaluna there somewhere, or at least a Miraidon.
That is
Palmon
coming in once again. They want to put their
there you go.
hopes up into this Palmon. And now 100 Engine putting down the electric terrain as well. Nobody's going to sleep, but never mind. There's actually not a lot that there's no one going to be sleeping or putting into score.
Probably,
at this team composition for both of the teams.
And of course, you also have the ability to just go ahead and do Revival Blessing, maybe get your Lunala back and have that attack right after, you know, you get wiped out, maybe as a last sweep. You also have a few turns of Tailwind. Maybe you can have a Tailwinded Lunala close this out.
Possibly. And there you have it. You know, going in for the fake out, of course, beautiful read coming in from Jade right there. But then well, I was going to say survived. I don't think it's going to survive the terrain. And of course, it has its orb as well.
Yeah. That's just so much damage that I don't think Calyrex will be able to just do. And Chiyu Flutter Mane. Very strong sweeps coming in from Jade really fast. Again, Tailwind is keeping the speed advantage over the Lex, but once that does peter out, could be trouble.
Could definitely be in trouble here. Now Jade wants to, going to go in for a full-on attack. So the Electro Drift, this is going to be a threat here. Once taking it out, there you have it. Chiyu's gonna get taken out here by the Miraidon, and Flutter Mane is going to be the only one left here, possibly using its attack going into. There we go, the double counter moving the electric typing in on the Palmon, but also taking out the Flutter Mane. And that's going to be another game here into the side of Lex. We are now at 1-1.
Yeah, we're gonna be at 1-1 here for this one. Definitely like what I saw from Lex. Maximizing the Lunala and the Whimsicott. It's the Whimsicott that could. It was a very beautiful Whimsicott performance. I mean, basically chipping down slowly onto the Pokemon of Jade and then finishing it off with a powerful Miraidon at the back.
No, yeah, that Lunala in and of itself, with the combination with the pairings into that of the Whimsicott, definitely did a lot for Lex right there. And again,
they let go so many attacks.
Yes,
I was surprised.
The mind games being played here by Lex and reading off of the switch in was just phenomenal from Lex, because that alone made them get the game, and Jade was just on the fence of the entire game.
Yeah, predicting that switch and basically -1. Chen Pao was not able to do anything here in this game for Jade. Huge sacrificial here, but at the same time, I kind of get why you have to do it, right? That Calyrex was just not in a very good position in that moment.
Again, the threat of the Encore, the threat of the the light screen, even with just the light screen, of course, Prankster is going to increase their special defense as well. And now that I can see it as well, there's a lot of what do you call this? Special attacking Pokemon on the side of Jade, so that's why that is going to be a problem. But here comes the start of the game number 3. Lunala is still up here on the side of Lex.
Yeah, again, this is going to be the world's ticket for either one of them if they get it. At least minimum top 8. And we're going to have to see if this Chen Pao Terapagos is the key. And again, I'm kind of guessing already what's the back here for Jade in this specific game. But yeah, very good to have the Chen Pao there. Has the option to go for a Ruination or a Sucker Punch very early on.
Yeah, but remember, we also have the -1 right now into the Team Cow. Definitely not going to do as much as you'd hope into that Lunala. But then again, I think we're going to be seeing a bit of a read here on the Terra onto the Lunala.
Right. So somehow going into the Terra. Definitely going to be able to hit pretty hard in this one. And also just going to save it from some attacks. And the fake out, not going to be able to get faked out if you're a ghost.
But it's going to into that Terrapagos set. Not very effective, but still going to get the fake out. And there you have it, Ruination. But avoiding the attack! Dodging it! My goodness, beautiful turn here for Lex.
Oh man, those hits are not going where I think they are. And all of these hits from the Chen, man, that Chen Pao dodge.
But that was actually a very beautiful play coming in from Jade as well.
Either way,
for the fake out. Just in case for the fake out.
Just for the fake out, just in case. But again, Terrapagos was the one who got faked out.
Yeah.
I guess Lex was very aware of that possible Terra Starstorm turn 1.
Yes.
So I kind of get why that happened. And again, the threat of the possibility of Ghost going over, I think, was read by Lex as well.
And there you have it as well. Going to go in for the half HP in on the side of Lex. Unfortunately, it's not going to go in. But here you have it. Moon guys definitely need to take down one Pokemon. That is going to be the Chien Pao going down this time around. At the same time, they still haven't used White Guard or possibly a Trick Room. Kind of like competition this time around for Lex. But the use is going to be popped up as well just to be able to take effect of the Intimidate for later down the game.
We're going to be shown here a little bit by Lex why Incineroar is still a big, beautiful beast when it comes to just VGC competitiveness. And yep, Miraidon and the Lunala, not a sight you want to see floating above you if you're a Terrapagos.
I mean, if you were an actual trainer in universe, I don't think you want to see that as your opponents too.
Super scary. I mean, they're twice as big as you.
That's true. And now with this kind of lineup, of course, starting in with the coming in with the Miraidon, I don't think we're gonna be able to see the Trick Room anymore. So you want to be as fast as you can. There's also the other Pokemon at the side of Lex here, but then again, Jade here wants to go all out right now, being aggressive as much as possible. Wide guard up here just because of the Calyrex.
Yeah, that wide guard is just going to be the bane of the existence of this Calyrex here, absorbing all of these Astral Barrages. We've seen this in game number 2. Basically, a Calyrex disabled. It's like he got disabled in the first place.
Yes.
Right? You just cannot really hit.
And this is the same pair that actually took out Lex immediately on game number 1. It was the Terrapagos and the Calyrex together.
Right. I love what Lex is doing here. Look at this. The U-turns and the Volt switches. And again, just slowly lowering the attack of the Calyrex is just makes it so that it's not really good.
That's there, the Intimidate doesn't really matter that much into that of the Calyrex, and of course the Terrapagos, as they do have special attacking moves right there. But again, the Dragonite still at the back as well.
Yeah,
definitely going to get hit a lot by the Intimidate.
Yeah, that Intimidate is just not going to be mattering, at least for now. The Wide Guard, though, that matters so much. Again,
Astral Barrage.
Over and over.
The rock, paper, scissors gameplay here. Lex has always been winning since game number 2.
Look at that. Incineroar, at least for now. Terra Starstorm going to the Incineroar, just going to be able to clean that out. At least equalize a little bit. You still lost your Chen Pao. You still have some very low HP Pokemon in the field.
Still here.
If you're Jade, you're not going to be able to be placed in here at all.
Yeah, and again, the Miraidon is still a huge threat here on the side of Jade. And Terrapagos, of course, not being a Terra Pokemon this time around. Terra Starstorm, definitely a single target move this time.
So we do have that Dragonite ready to go, roaring to maybe make the play against the Miraidon maybe, or the Lunala, but it's a Calyrex this time.
It's quite a situation that Jade has been put into, coming in from Lex, especially coming in from game 2. But right now, there you go, the Psychic going into the Miraidon, still not going to be enough to take it out, but the Calyrex is going to be the one taking out. The ambulance is now going into the side of that one.
Lex is just chipping in non-stop into these Pokemon of Jade, using the Volt Switch, using the U-turn. You can't really deal with it too much. Here's Ursaluna. Might be able to just clean it out from here on.
I mean, again, from the territory, almost there.
That was decent. And the burn is actually a pretty problematic here. This is a strong attacking Ursaluna.
Yes.
It has that orb. I don't know. I don't know what Jay's gonna do here, honestly. It's so unlikely that you'll be able to actually clean this out.
And the extreme speed again, if Ursaluna does decide to go in, because we haven't seen the Terra here for the side of Lex yet.
That's right, we haven't seen the Terra.
And the Ursaluna Terra here is a gross one too.
So your extreme speed, good luck getting that in. It's just gonna go through. And now what's it gonna be? I think that should be read by Lex, right? That should be pretty easily read by Lex. I am expecting the Terra to go into the Ursaluna.
I think that's going to be it.
I think that's going to be it. I don't know what they do against that now.
I mean, it's a no-brainer to go in for the Terra into the Ursaluna, especially with this kind of a Dragonite. At the same time, we do know for a fact that this Terapagos is currently on choice specs as well, so it's not only going to be able to do anything anymore, but the outer's going to be popping up, of course, and there you have it. But the Terrasauros, of course, not going to be able to head that Ursaluna as now on the other side with the normal attacking Terrasauros, but still, the Lunala is right here. Still won't be able to do something. Boom Blast right there into the Dragonite.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt. Super effective on the Dragonite. This time you might be able to pull out. You might be able to do extreme speed on the Miraidon, but then again, Lex will probably be able to read into that too.
That's true. And here we have it. The last 3 Pokemon in on the side of Lex, and 2 into the side of Jade. Electric Drift is going to definitely take this Terapagos out. There you have it.
And it's all going to be up to the Dragonite here for Jade. I'm pretty sure Lex can smell the victory already. Still has the Incineroar in the back here as well, so you know the fake out is coming once it switches in.
The fake out's coming, the Incineroar is coming, and you know, it's
Dragonite too.
Of course.
Of course. When it rains, it pours, doesn't it?
Oh, there we go. Choice band not allowing it to extreme speed. Never mind, no more. We kind of missed
right.
It as well.
That's
I thought the kids are still up at the back.
I forgot about that. Exactly.
There you have it. But no, unfortunately, because of the choice band, they were not able. I think if they were not in there, they would have been able to take out the Miraidon. But again,
exactly.
That is the risk that you have to take. Choice bands allowing you to get to choose only one move.
And you know what? That big advantage that Jade had in a few games here turned out to be a really big detriment, especially with Choice Band at the very end of that. Extreme Speed might have actually
taken it out.
Yeah, exactly. Could have gotten something done with the Miraidon with the. But yeah, there you go. Congratulations to Lex.
Now, actually getting the top, at least the World's invite, and now all they need to do now is climb up a little bit more and possibly getting in that Tribal Award as well. But as of right now, they have now secured the Pokemon World Championships invite.
Yeah, that's round 1 going over. Done and dusted here. Congratulations. We already have our first top 8.
Yes.
We'll see them definitely later.
Yes.
I'm not sure if they're going to be on the broadcast, but for sure they will be playing on round 2.
Unfortunately, though, we have to say goodbye to Jade this time around because, again, this is single eliminations bracket, best of 3, and, well, if you win some, you lose some, but this time this is very crucial, high level at stake.
Yeah, very, very high level indeed. So, I'm very excited to see our next one here. We'll probably have another one. Are we still gonna have a round 1 game again? Or
I don't think we're gonna be able to see another round 1 game. I think everyone
probably,
is doing all the same at the same time.
Yeah, you're all at the same time, right? So we should be done about in round 1 in a while. But man, that was fun. Palma, bro.
Palma was there, you know,
Palma was there. He wasn't like the biggest contributor.
But it did a lot, though.
But it did a lot. Especially in game number 2, I think.
You know, with the double shock as well. I mean, that was the final pin to the coffin, but nonetheless, it still did something. You know, it really wasn't given any opportunity.
It wasn't like the biggest hitter. It wasn't like the biggest damage dealer.
Exactly.
But
it did something.
Did quite a lot, I would say, in game number 2. It actually was able to do the Volt as well. So.
Yes. It wasn't really given any opportunity to use Revival Blessing either.
Which is a shame. I would have liked to see
it would have been amazing, though, to have seen that.
That would like Revival Blessing into a really crazy Lunala, maybe. I would have liked to see that, but maybe later.
Maybe later. I mean, again, we're still going to be seeing Lex later down the line, especially if we are going to be seeing them on the next games as well. So
yeah, that was really fun. Hope you guys enjoyed that for our round number 1. Let's have a look and see where we will find our other players here once we get into round number 2. But for now, we are going to go on a quick break. When we come back, some more VGC action coming your way. Rockhart and JJ-kun, right at you.
Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage, or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokemon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokemon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokemon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokemon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokemon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokemon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokemon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are two different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokemon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokemon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions? That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away!
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokemon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way!
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokemon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair! That's a trick question!
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokemon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokemon can only have one of those three. If a Pokemon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are two ways to make your Pokemon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokemon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokemon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution, yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokemon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokemon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokemon.
If you don't have any basic Pokemon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokemon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokemon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokemon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokemon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere. And Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Poketopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
call. In the Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution, Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage, or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokemon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokemon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokemon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokemon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokemon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokemon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokemon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are 2 different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokemon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokemon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions? That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away!
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokemon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way!
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokemon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair! That's a trick question!
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokemon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokemon can only have one of those 3. If a Pokemon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are 2 ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution! Yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now!
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokémon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokémon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere. And Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Poketopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. bringing Pokemon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
call in the Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage, or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, welcome back to the Metro Ball League 2025-2026 Asia Championship Series for the Philippines region. Once again, my name is JJ, and with me still is Rockhart.
That's right. We are about to start round number 2 here in our Asia Championship Series. We already have 8 players locked in here for round number 2, and all 8 players are actually secured for their world invite.
Oh, that is true. And of course, we're going to be showing you in just a bit the bracket updates, because I'm pretty sure they are all waiting for it as well, trying to follow their, well, the players that they are cheering for. So as we can see here, we have Christian and Ryan, we have Noah and Lex, which is, we're going to be seeing down them later. We have Richard and Francis. This is Richard Rafael, for he's mostly known as Rafael Perez. Francis Tai as well. And there you go, we have Rafael as well in Jason at the last one here. So we're going to be watching this time around. It's going to be Richard Rafael Perez, and Francis Tai, which I think there are a lot of players looking forward to seeing on the broadcast.
Yeah, that's right. And these, of course, will be fighting off here in round number 2. I'm very excited for some of these matchups. I mentioned off camera, we actually have a few, recurring names in the VGC scene. Definitely former champions, former highly placing competitors as well.
So one of those, of course, is Christian, and of course Francis.
We'll be seeing them on broadcast today.
We're going to be seeing them on broadcast. Previous champions still wanting to cement their names to be the champion of the Philippine region. And of course, a little bit of a background for our broadcast players. Of course, it is going to be Rafael Perez and of course Francis Tai. They have played on the WCS previously. Top placement for Rap Perez as well. On the 2022 and 2024 WCS. And of course, Francis Tai was the 2023 Philippine region champion.
That's right. And from all that, we actually saw all of that experience really being, used, especially yesterday. Francis really just outmaneuvering despite a pretty rocky
Ivan,
start. Right.
Yes, going against Ivan.
So I really like that we saw that, and hopefully we'll see some of that more here. But of course, it's just basically the top 8 most experienced VGC players here in the Philippines right now, and I cannot wait. Right now, they're currently a 6-1 record, I think, both of them.
They are currently at 6-1, including the ones here on the round number 1 earlier. So, again, for those who have just tuned in, this is now a best-of-3 single elimination for the top cut, as compared to yesterday's Swiss system.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm very happy to see that at least, some flexibility is here. But one thing's for sure, we're going to see still a lot of Calyrex. This time Coridon.
Yeah, we're not going to be seeing a Calyrex this time around.
No Coridon, yeah, that's what
actually,
I'm saying. No Calyrex is more Coridon.
More Coridon,
this one.
There you go, which is quite interesting because for the last 7, including the one previous round, there's no absences of a Calyrex Shadow Rider.
That's right. This one is, of course, the Calyrex. And, of course, Smeargle. Basically just fighting it out here. Smeargle is such a good support, especially for strong hitters like Calyrex. And we're going to see that opening right here for Richard.
Yeah, so it is definitely going to be, what's interesting about Smeargle is that it has the move sketch as well, which can essentially copy every move in the game. So it's definitely a very flexible Pokemon as well.
Yeah. For the meantime, this one is, of course, has Ruination. Love that.
Ruinations for Follow Me and Spiky Shield too.
Yeah, so in this one though, the Coridon coming out can really threaten it. So I really feel like the Smeargle really is warranted to go ahead for this Protect.
And here you go. Of course, they want to last as much as possible because this, of course, the Ice Rider is definitely on the slower end of things in comparison to the Shadow Rider, which we're not going to be seeing in this matchup. But there you have it. Player Blitz immediately, they know that they are going to outspeed the Pokemon here in the side of Richard, so they want to be as aggressive as they can.
Yeah, usually very tempting to see that super effective, and it's a Calyrex. You want to Player Blitz just in case they don't actually go for the Protect. So that double Protect really is very much warranted here for Richard.
And here we have it. We did see as well Rap here gunning in for that Trick Room just to try to control the speeds against that of Francis. And I think that is going to be the most crucial one here as well, going up against this kind of matchup.
So this Coridon, I think it will have a few options. He tries still going for the offensive on this Calyrex, which will actually be able to fight back. Does have that Trick Room as well here, but it will be a Terra for now.
There you have it, the terrestrialization into the fairy type Follow Me just to ensure that the Trick Room can go in. But Heatwave is going to pop up. Both of them are going to get attacked and not going to be redirected, unfortunately. But of course, with the focus stash into Smurgle, it just allows Richard to take all that onto Smurgle and allow them to have the Trick Room actually to guarantee and pop up. And now with the speed up, that means they're going to be on the lower end of the speed onto this Trick Room in the current turn.
That's right, and this Calyrex will be able to do some pretty decent damage for sure. Maybe set up with Leech Seed first. Again, there is an Incineroar Rillaboom for Rhydon in the back here. And it's going to be Landorus for the meantime. Has a really solid possibility of an attack as well from that.
I mean, especially the fact that both of these Pokemon, Chi-Yu and Koraidon, are weak against, the ground typing. It's definitely going to have a lot of damage in those, any of those Pokemon, really.
Yeah, you can see super effective Earth Power can really mess this up here. Glacial Lance, though, can really hit back as well.
Yeah, I mean, they are really, they can take them out together if they really decide to go for it. And they will. Glacial Lance will be popped up. Going to be super effective hit into that of the Koraidon, but at the same time, because of the Trick Room, they are now the one going faster. And of course, you still also have the possibility to be able to take out this Chi-Yu as well.
Yeah, killing there, of course, just a little bit of a bonus for this. And there it goes, that Chi-Yu. That is going to be 2 down very quickly. Richard taking a very substantial lead.
There you have it. That was very crucial. That turn with the Smurgle pick as well. With the Follow Me, because if they were not able to get in the Trick Room, they are not going to be able to, well, take control of the match right there. And Francis will definitely have the advantage of that. But here comes the Lunala coming in from the side of Tyrant.
Actually, both Pokemon here for Francis should be pretty happy with that Trick Room as well, especially that Root Bonnet. Can probably be a little bit more on par with the attack. Who goes first here? Depending on obviously the speed.
We might be able to get. We might be able to see as well, possibly a Trick Room from that of the Lunala, just to revert it back to normal if they are going to be faster. But at the same time, there is an Incineroar here coming in with the, with that of the Intimidate, of course, lowering the attack here, most especially into that of the Root Bottom, just in case it does go for any damaging move against Richard.
Yeah, there is an option with the Trick Room as well here. Try to reverse it, make sure that you can fight more on par. But yeah, Terra is definitely going to be warranted here for this Brute Bonnet.
Getting in the protect, they want to have the Ice Rider Calyrex to be as, to be up there as much as possible. But no, that is going to be score here, going to get protected. But not a certain, but instead goes in for another attack here. Meteor Beam is going to be popped up into the side of Francis, and that's going to be a huge dealt of damage, I guess, going into that of the Incineroar. And it does go in for Incineroar, and Francis can even take it out as well. There you go.
Yeah, that's basically stopping Incineroar from actually pulling off anything after this switch in. Kind of just, like was mentioned earlier, he needed to really put this battlefield into even Stevens. Now it's just Calyrex and the Landorus here for Richard.
There's still quite a few more turns here for the Trick Room. There goes the
Two turns?
Two more turns for the Trick Room, which means Richard, or Raph rather, still does have a little bit of a, well, 2 more turns to end things up against Francis.
Yeah, 2 more turns. Still has the possibility to, yeah, there you go, that Leech Seed is huge actually.
Find out if the case for the score going in on the Calyrex, because they know that this will be one that's going to deal more and most of the damage inside Richard. But Moon Guys being popped up immediately, possibly into that of the Calyrex just to remove the damage output from Richard. But First Star going to be popped up as well. Not going to be enough though to deal so much damage.
Yeah, not quite there yet. Being first or having a higher priority doesn't really matter that much, especially if you can't do that much damage with the Pokemon that's left on the field.
So, of course, with this well, Lee Shi also recover a little bit of health here, but at the same time, you know, currently sleeping.
Yeah, it's really nice to recover that much health and maybe go for a protect later on, but you can't do that just because you are currently asleep. That's the power of that Root Bonnet being shown here. No grass terror or anything means that you can't really block that Spore from putting you to sleep.
I mean, there's just a little bit of chance here for it to wake up, but unfortunately, it still wants to go into sleep.
It's like 30%.
So, not quite there. The C-Bomb is not going to do a lot of damage, not just yet, but the Moon Guy's team, though, is going to end things up for Calyrex.
That Calyrex is done. No ability to protect whatsoever. That Leech Seed is not going to be able to do anything if your Calyrex is fainted, and now it's all up to this Landorus. This is a very unlikely turnaround. Trick Room's gone, but what's it going to be? That's basically it. That's the Sandsear Storm.
No, it's looking like a game here for France at this point, but look at that, since we're not going to take out Lunala at least, and just like that, I think both of these Pokemon are just going to be attacking the Landorus at this point, and we definitely saw how much Francis was able to, like, you know, turn it around against against Richard rather, or against Raph, and as they were able to, like, you know, they were able to set up the Trick Room, but despite that, they were able to hold on as long as possible, having that Trick Room out, and now they are just going to be, well, ending the job right here.
That's just ending it. I think there's just no other way for Richard to get out of this one, and that's going to be game number 1, going over to Francis. I appreciate, again, the power of the, you know, kind of just letting go of your first 3 turns. The Koraidon, Chi-Yu, you know, it's a very good turnaround that was planned here. It looks almost to a T, right? By Francis, so very effective, and I really like that he was able to really foresee a lot of the switch-ins as well, basically stopping the Incineroar from actually doing anything in that game and doubling up in the exact moments that he needs to.
No, yeah, I mean, you know, that the game right there coming from Francis just shows how much, you know, he was the regional champions at the time, and 2023, but then again, it's been 3 years, and they are now ready to take another crown.
Yeah, I like that he knows when to double up, he knows when to actually maybe counter a Trick Room. Actually, he could have countered the Trick Room there if he wanted to when he popped out that Lunala, but decides to go an alternate route. Again, going second doesn't really matter that much, especially if you're able to time your attacks correctly and make sure that you have the proper Pokemon there to basically absorb the attacks of your opponent.
I mean, I guess one of the key idea into that as well is that they know that the Lunala and of course the Bravana is definitely still slower than that of the Landorus, so not going into that of the Trick Room is definitely the right play there, just to ensure that they would still go faster than that of the Landorus, because that could have went either way if they did decide to negate the Trick Room effect.
Yeah, that's true. And again, I think Francis was ready for the Trick Room to go in.
Yes.
And if it did go in, he had the Pokemon to be able to leverage that, use that to his advantage.
And there you have it. We're going to see the same leads here for Raph. And Francis is still going in for the same leads.
Same leads. Again, Chi-Yu and this Koraidon has so much firepower potential, especially with the Orichalcum Pulse, making sure that you have that Sunlight boosting fire attacks as well.
Chi-Yu is going to get boosted from that as well, you know, especially with the Heat Wave inside the Sun, but even more so for that of the Koraidon. But Spiky Shield is going to be popped up into this. Smirgle possibly, you know, wants to see what Francis is going to do.
Yeah, it's very good double protect. I think that's exactly the move he did in game number 1.
Game 1, yeah.
Again, you have 2 Pokemon that has so much firepower potential, literal firepower. So yeah, just making sure that you can't really double up on anyone and can kind of read into what he might do here next turn.
Would have been interesting if Francis did a player blitz into the Chi-Yu, since it's not going to be that much effective anyways. It's a fire type, but then again, the boosted attack could potentially do a little bit of damage to the Chi-Yu, but the speed though would have been interesting.
I like it because he was also taking a chance. Like, what if, you know, Richard decided to go for like a really cheesy play, try to go for a really quick attack, could have been a really strong punish. Again, you have the attack advantage. You have that Sunlight.
There you have it. They are thinking about it. Raph is thinking about using Follow Me, maybe to tank out the damage and maybe setting up the Trick Room once again. But now they want to go in for Glacial Lance. What are they into it?
Yeah, Glacial Lance definitely
Wow.
That is could be big here. It does hit both of them.
It's actually good as well because, you know, that's a little bit of mind games as well, and they know for a fact that if they do get to use Trick Room, they kind of learn from just from game number 1, because Francis' Pokemon at the back, if it were still the same as game number 1, it would still be faster than that of Raps.
Yeah, and he knows he can get away with it because he does have followers.
Yeah.
The Smeargle is going to be put into one with the Focus Sash. They're able to at least lock in for possible one. The burn, though!
The burn on the count. That's huge. That is detrimental. Ladies and gentlemen, all trades alike. The attacking prowess of this Calyrex has been put down to half.
That is going to be, I don't know how you get out of that one.
That's devastating.
Very devastating. Glacial Lance will connect, but not really doing that much. Basically having the attack of this Calyrex.
Yes, if it weren't burned, I mean, there's always going to be a chance of it getting burned, but at that crucial moment, that would have been able, they would have been able to take down the Crichton at that turn, but the burn was just so much.
It's just so much. Especially with 2 fire Pokemon and 2 fire skills, you can kind of expect that burn to come in, but that was the worst moment for it to actually happen.
And you know, if it were burned onto the Smeargle, maybe it's not going to be as devastating as it going to be on the Calyrex, but that Pokemon, that specific Pokemon, is what they needed to have that burn on, and Francis got it.
Because of that, I think he knows that he can't really do much else. Goes for the Trick Room instead.
And there you have it. It is going to be the Heat Wave, not going to do a lot here, but Trick Room going to be popped up here just to try to salvage what's still right here.
Yeah, it's trying to go for the salvage play. It definitely has one more Pokemon behind. I doubt this Calyrex will be able to sustain any longer, especially with that burn status and that amount of HP right now.
But the thing is, you know, if they go in for the Glacial Lance right here, they would still be able to take down the Crichton, but I think Francis is, you know, can see it from a mile away, and we might possibly see a switch in right here.
Possible switch in, maybe to save one more attack.
Oh no,
and it's
that was
gonna
beautiful.
Be protect.
That's the better play. I'd say better than switching in. You don't want the free damage, but the protect though is going to be a lot here for Francis.
Yeah, especially in this one, I think the Koraidon is just the one that
you want to take out.
Yeah, I want to take out here. And Francis just knows it.
You know, Flare Blitz, despite not being very effective, that was a lot of damage.
It really was, especially to a fire-type Pokemon who will also fight back with the Heat Wave. Down goes this Calyrex for Richard.
Beautiful play coming in from Francis. They know for a fact that, hey, you know what, right? This Calyrex is definitely going to be faster than me at this point, so might as well protect, not switch up, because again, the damage could have been devastating instead of Francis. They do for switch.
Yeah, here comes that Landorus. Will he be able to actually get away with this game here? Again, 2 games in a row. Richard has been saving this Landorus for last.
Yes, sir. And here we have, of course, well, definitely the Landorus is definitely going to be faster than that of the Crichton and third Spectrum. So let's find out if they want to go in and do a straight attack. Maybe a Flare Blitz into that Archie to take it out as well. Not going to be enough for damage recoil to actually have a self-infliction to get it knocked out.
Yeah, the small amount of recoil, a small amount of damage, he needs that just to make sure that it is still alive. And look at that! Earth Power taking down that Koraidon.
But again, you know, that's the same thing as we saw earlier, right?
Yeah,
so
that's right.
The Lunano might be at the back, and of course there's also the Brute Bonnet, which could essentially still be that of the... It has priority moves at this point.
Yeah, you kind of already know the play here as well. Just go for Spore and basically just wail away with Incineroar very low as well.
And at the same time, at this point, they don't need to play defensively because they know for a fact that Brute Bonnet and Lana is definitely going to outspeed this Landorus, and they can just go in and attack under Trick Room too.
Yeah, they're going to have to fight it out. There's just no other way around this for Richard. But again, he is going to be at a really big disadvantage. So let's see. Do you see a way out of this? I don't see it. I don't see it.
Not with the Incineroar in play. Maybe if they still had the Calyrex, sure.
Maybe with the Calyrex.
But it's going to be quite strict in terms of finding that line. And a lot of luck into that as well. If they do get the miss, if it avoids, but the chances are it's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's probably not going to happen here. Spore, down goes the attack potential of that Landorus.
That's what we're talking about too.
Yeah, Spore is so good. Blue Bonnet at the back is huge. Our Herb is going to get taken out by the knockout, but again, not really needed, especially for this attack.
Francis saw that from a mile away. They know for a fact that the threat of the knockout could be there. Going in for the Terra just to negate the super effective hit. Coming in from that of the Incineroar. And of course, even without, as you mentioned, even without the Power Herb, there's still the Moon Guy's beam that could take out the Incineroar nonetheless. But right now, Francis is still in the advantage, and they know this as well. They are going in at it.
He's gonna have to try to go for the defense here. Try to see if he can protect, but the sleep is still gonna be active on the Landorus.
I like how confident Francis is. The moment that he saw the line, I got this already, and I just need to do what I need to do. And he's just, it's very bold in this kind of play.
That should be it. Even if Sand Steer Storm connects, or even if anything else, if Sludge Bomb connects, Sucker Punch just to clean it out. And that is Francis with the 2-0 sweep against Richard.
Now, on to the top 4, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, for Francis Tyrant, the 2023 champion of the Philippines region. He's one game away from getting in that travel award as well. Top 2.
Top 2. That's now going to be he's now confirmed for the semifinals.
Yes.
Locked in. So congratulations to Francis. And he did it in a very clean manner as well, revealing again the power of that Brute Bonnet at the later stages of the game. The moment you get hit with sleep, man, there's just not much else you can do, especially with a really, with really weakened Pokemon on the opponent's side of the field.
I mean, you just have to pray that you wake up on turn 2. But even then, at that situation, with 2 Pokemon onto the side of Francis, with only being the Landorus under Trick Room, you're not going to be able to do a lot right there.
Yeah, that's just not much. Especially here that the Lunala was just basically untouched for majority of this one. And again, the lineup that Francis brought here was actually just so good. It played well.
It was very flexible.
It goes very well into what Christian was trying to do.
Yes.
On that Trick Room.
I mean, if there was sorry to cut you off, but if they wanted to go in for the speed, there's the Chiyu and the Koraidon. But just in case your opponent goes in for the Trick Room, they still have the Brute Bonnet and the Lunala at the back, and possibly we might be able to see there's a Luna. But obviously we didn't see that.
Yeah,
but for next set of matches.
Yeah, he's got pretty good options later on. So very happy to see that. That kind of strategy is just
that was a beautiful play.
So good to watch. And of course, we have side contents for you guys. If you guys just want to be hanging out with us here, you can in our day 2, where you have so many of these activities to do here. You get to do point get battles. You got expanded format battles. Even for the kids, we have a coloring corner, a new trainer journey for those who want to start their TCG adventures, and a Switch 2-hand on for Poketopia as well as for champions.
And of course, we have Mesostar as well. Can't forget about that. And at the same time, as you were saying about the new trainer journey, we have to show them as well the deck that you could get actually for free.
That's right.
You just have to line up to the queue, and once you get there, you're going to be taught how to play the Pokemon card game, and you'll get a demo deck for free.
Yeah, we'll talk about that little bit later.
Yeah.
For now, we do have our prizes that we are fighting for these players at least. We have participation prizes. It was given out yesterday via the microfiber and the notebook.
Yes.
And then, of course, for our trophy, the one that we're fighting for here, especially in our top 4, as you can see here in ACS.
So right now, Francis has already secured that top 4, trophy. for this tournament.
Of course, all of them are secured for the World Championships invite, at least all of these top 8 players.
Yes.
That's for the 10th. We'll try to see if we can get the info on who number 9 and number 10 is going to be before we end the day. Which will be
hopefully we do get it.
Yeah,
right?
depending on the points that they had for day number 1. And of course, for their finalists, they will be granted a World Championships invite and the Travel Award.
I mean, again, as we've mentioned earlier, Francis is, or Tyrant is only 1 win away from getting this award.
That's right, 1 win away, and it should be relatively straightforward with that kind of composition that he brought. Feels like he is just ready for most matchups that we have been seeing here in the Asian Championship Series so far.
I mean, it's not just that, right? Like, we've seen a lot of players bring out a staple meta pole, which we've seen quite a lot on other regions as well. But it really went down to how Francis was piloting this specific team.
Yeah. Again, Lunala is such a big threat. Calyrex, no Zamazenta in this one, by the way. So really fun to watch, but we'll see if that Zamazenta is going to pop up in our next contenders as we wait for our semifinals. Don't go anywhere. It's Rockhard JJ coming at you here in the Pokemon Master Ball. Don't go anywhere.
Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only 1 stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be 1 in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage, or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only 1 tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach 1 tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
1 per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is this Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokemon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokemon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokemon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokemon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokemon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokemon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokemon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are 2 different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokemon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokemon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions? That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away!
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokemon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way!
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokemon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair! That's a trick question!
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokemon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokémon can only have one of those three. If a Pokémon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are 2 ways to make your Pokémon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokémon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokémon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution! Yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokémon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now!
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay! My new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokémon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokémon.
If you don't have any basic Pokémon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokémon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokémon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokémon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokémon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokémon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokémon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking tan growth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere. And Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Poketopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
stand tall in the Pokemon trading card game Mega Evolution Perfect Order. Available now. Each Pokemon TCG booster pack contains 10 cards, 1 basic energy, and 1 Pokemon TCG live code card. Cards vary by pack.
Level up your Pokemon card game skills in just 10 minutes! I'm not sure how this card works.
Is there something wrong?
Professor Pokecard!
Ren, if it's a Pokemon card problem you have, I can probably help.
Since you were the one who taught me how to play the game, I've done a good job collecting cards, but cards like stadiums or Pokemon tools are still a bit confusing to me. How do they work?
I see. Well, it sounds like it's time for you to learn more about rules and cards and get your Pokemon skills to the next level.
All right, I'm in.
Here are the 5 points we'll learn about today. For starters, let me explain stadium cards for you.
That would be great.
You can play only one stadium card during your turn, but it stays in play while the game goes on. A stadium card goes between both player sides of the field, and there can only be one in play at a time. Different stadium cards can have a bunch of interesting effects.
Like increasing my damage, or letting me pull a Pokemon from my deck.
Not just you, actually. Both players can use the stadium in play, and that's what's special about them.
I see, so it works for both me and my opponent.
When a new stadium card is played, the previous one goes into the discard pile. By the way, you cannot play a stadium that has the same name as the one currently in play. That's an important detail.
I'm gonna write that down.
Next up, let me explain Pokemon tools.
I see Pokemon tools also offer a lot of different options.
A Pokemon tool can be attached to one of your Pokemon in play. Only one tool per Pokemon. For example, in this situation, Defiance Band makes Miraidon EX's attacks deal 30 more damage.
That's 250 damage to Koraidon EX with Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster. Amazing!
If you have 2 Pokemon in play and 2 tools in your hand, you can attach one tool to each Pokemon during the same turn if you want.
One per Pokemon, huh? And what if I want to give my Pokemon a different tool later on?
Unfortunately, once a tool is attached to a Pokemon, it stays there and can't be moved.
Okay, I see.
In other words, you can't attach 2 tools to a single Pokemon or freely switch tools around after they've been attached.
Oh, that makes sense.
All the more reason to carefully think about what tool to attach to which Pokemon to get the upper hand in battle. By the way, if your Pokemon gets knocked out, its Pokemon tool gets discarded as well.
Better write that down too.
And that's everything you need to know about Pokemon tools. Let's keep going. Next, I'll teach you about retreating, a great way to deny your opponent prize cards.
I guess that has to do with the retreat on the bottom right of Pokemon cards?
Good guess. I knew you were paying attention. Each Pokemon has a retreat cost, which is how much energy it will need in order to retreat.
Charmeleon says that it needs 2 energy to retreat.
Once per turn, you can pay your active Pokemon retreat cost by discarding that much energy from it and switch it with one of your benched Pokemon. Now, what if your active Pokemon is the Cyclizar?
Hey, wait! There's no energy next to the word retreat on this card.
Indeed. Some cards don't have any energy in their retreat cost. That means you can switch them with a benched Pokemon without discarding any energy.
But tell me, how exactly do you decide which benched Pokemon to switch into when retreating?
Good question. It's usually a good idea to send a Pokemon with high HP that will be hard to knock out, or a Pokemon you've been preparing on your bench that is now ready to dish out some strong attacks.
I get it now! By the way, what do I do if I don't have any Pokemon on my bench?
Well, in that case, your Pokemon can't retreat. On that note, if your active Pokemon gets knocked out while you don't have any benched Pokemon, you will be out of Pokemon and your opponent will win immediately, even if they still had prize cards to take.
Wow, I better make sure that I always have Pokemon on my bench then. I've been wondering, what are those red abilities I sometimes see on Pokemon cards?
Another great question. Let me tell you everything you need to know about abilities. Some Pokemon have an ability, and their effects vary widely from one Pokemon to another.
How much energy do I need to use an ability?
Abilities don't require any energy.
You don't need energy?
You don't need energy, and they're different from attacks, so using them doesn't end your turn.
Wow, that's super important to know.
And that's not all. Abilities are also different from attacks in that some of them can be used even when the Pokemon isn't in the active spot.
What? Really?
There are abilities that can be used either in the active spot or from the bench, abilities that activate when you take prize cards, or even abilities that work all the time just by having that Pokemon in play. The abilities text clearly says when and how its effect works, so make sure to read your Pokemon cards.
Effects that work even outside of the active spot? So many possibilities! Oh, hey, Professor! My Arcanine EX card says Terra. Is that an ability too?
Yet another good question. Terra effects are technically different from abilities.
So abilities and Terra effects are 2 different things. Gotcha!
Terra Pokemon have an effect that prevents all attack damage done to them while they're on the bench. It's always written near the Pokemon's name and HP, so you can't miss it.
Let's take notes on this too.
Almost there. To conclude this lesson, let me teach you about special conditions.
Special conditions? That's one thing I know about. It means things like poisoned or paralyzed, right?
That's right. There are a few special conditions to remember, so here is a little cheat sheet that I made to help. Let me quiz you to see how much you actually know.
All right, quiz away!
Which special conditions will prevent you from attacking or retreating?
Huh? There are special conditions like that?
When your Pokemon is asleep or paralyzed, it can't attack or retreat.
Wow, no way!
Next, what about special conditions preventing you from using abilities?
I think that's gotta be asleep and paralyze again.
Gotcha! You can always use abilities even if your Pokemon is affected by a special condition.
Not fair! That's a trick question!
Well, that way you will remember.
By the way, it says a Pokemon must be turned counterclockwise when it's asleep and clockwise when it's paralyzed. What if it's both at once?
Ooh, that's a clever question. In fact, asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack. A Pokemon can only have one of those 3. If a Pokemon that was already paralyzed is hit with an effect that makes it asleep, the new status condition replaces the previous one.
Noted. Asleep, paralyzed, and confused do not stack.
By the way, there are 2 ways to make your Pokemon recover from any special condition. Do you know how?
I know a Pokemon recovers if it's moved to the bench, but what's the other one?
A Pokemon also recovers from all special conditions when it evolves.
Evolution! Yeah!
Well, Ren, now you're almost a Pokemon card game rules expert.
Oh, that makes me want to play right now.
Good idea! Let's put all you've learned into practice with a real battle.
Okay, my new deck with stadiums and tools is ready. Let's go!
Time to set up to play. First, are there any basic Pokemon in the 7 cards you drew as your starting hand?
No, I don't see any basic Pokemon.
If you don't have any basic Pokemon, reveal your hand to your opponent. Then shuffle it all back into your deck, then draw 7 cards once again. That's called a mulligan. Keep doing this until you get a hand with a basic Pokemon. Once your opponent is done setting up and has put down their prize cards, they can draw a card for each extra mulligan that you had to take. Oh, but if neither player has a basic Pokemon, no one draws an extra card for that mulligan.
Oh man, still no basic Pokemon in sight.
You, did remember to include basic Pokemon in your deck, right?
Oh! I was so focused on adding all the new cards I just learned about, I forgot to put in basic Pokemon.
Your deck has to have at least one basic Pokemon. You're going to have a hard time starting the battle without one.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, we are once again back for the Master Ball League 2025-2026 Asia Championship Series Philippines region. Once again, my name is Jade, and with me is Rockhard, and we are now down to our top 4.
That's right. Top 4 means that we are in the semifinals here for today's day 2. And yeah, we've seen some really intense VGC action. Definitely the best of the best showing up here today. And yeah, I hope you guys are ready because we're about to get into the next match that we have, and it is a good one.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see Tyrant this time, so we'll have to wait whether or not they'll actually be getting to the grand finals as well. But this time, we're going to be covering another set of players, which one of them actually we've already seen yesterday as well. This is going to be Noah Alampay and Christian Salmingo.
That's right. Just really recognize Alampay just played around with his last name. That's why his name's Ampalaya.
No, that's true.
Which is
I
just got that. Like I thought it's weird, right? So it's really cool. And Lionel Hero is also very, very cool. The one that has that walking wake.
Yes, and you know, another thing that to note about them is again, Christian here is currently 8-0. So still straight wins since yesterday, and Noah on the other hand currently has 1 loss on the record, 7-1, but still it doesn't matter if they do get the win here anyway.
Yeah, all that matters is they get the victory on this specific game.
Yeah, because this
match.
is going to also give them the opportunity to get the world's invite and a travel award. But now we're straight into the game. I believe only already one turn in here, so this is possibly going to be the second turn now here. The Terra going in onto that Incineroar. There you go.
Yeah, this is definitely the way to go here. You got pretty strong, again, defensive Incineroar, I guess, and of course to protect there, just to make sure the Calyrex does stay alive, because with that, a harsh sunlight flare blitz is a very good option. Calyrex very much ready for that.
That is true, and here you go, another one of these hits, of course. That is going to be the parting shot just to reduce the attacking prowess here of the Calyrex Ice Rider. And I believe this is also the first time we're going to be seeing both of the Calyrexes in on our field.
Calyrex fight! As I say. Yeah, of course it is both very strong in their very own respect.
Yes.
Again, Brute Bond going here. That's why you want to get that parting shot in to slow down the other Calyrex even further. Again, very similar with Glacial Lance as well as Astral Barrage, right? You kind of just have like a different typing for the attack, so you gotta have just be ready for that.
Yeah, it's the different typing and of course the different stat that it's making use of. One is an attack and one is a special attack.
That's right. That's why the Incineroar is just so good in this matchup against that Calyrex specifically, because aside from Intimidate, you also get access to the parting shot. Just slow it down so much further.
Which immediately put it down to like what, -2?
Was that -2 right away? Right
away, yeah.
So good.
One turn.
Yeah. So again, you can swap it out. That's fine. You can kind of just switch it back into kind of negate it, but again, just kind of just costs you again one opportunity to go for the attack. Flare Blitz into the Brute Bonnet, not the best one, but will be able to survive the recoil and Koraidon. My goodness.
That is true. I mean, it was its damage attack wasn't actually put down because it has clear Amulet, but with that being said, still, a huge damage despite the photosynthesis coming in from the Brute Bonnet.
That's right. And the Encore lock into this Calyrex, I feel like just encourages the switch in, aside from its already lowered stats.
Yes. And here you go. I think Noah wants to go in all out at this stage right now. They know that they are going to be the faster one, but the Rage Powder is still going to allow the Calyrex to potentially still have that guaranteed hit to either one of these Pokemon from the side of Christian.
That's essentially going to be a free hit. I think I would be very willing to sacrifice the Brute Bonnet as long as my Calyrex can kind of just let off a free Astral Barrage, as long as it's not like, double protected or anything.
And there you go. As you've mentioned, it is going to force in a switch out, and it's going to be a Incineroar, which is not going to do a lot to the side of the Shadow Rider Calyrex, but then Brute Bonnet's damage is going to be effective. But then again, it only has 22 more HP, which in and of itself, the idea now here is to just take in the damage, allowing that Shadow Rider Calyrex to do the damage.
Yeah, I think he was pretty happy to just leave that on the field as long as your Calyrex is alive. And you can actually do a little bit more damage if you get into the Flare Blitz. As you can see, taking care of that Koraidon. All that recoil, by the way, just made sure that the Koraidon was going to go down in that turn.
That was actually quite beautiful of a read here coming from Noah as well, because again, that is a beautiful play rather, with the they know that the Brute Bonnet is going to be taken out anyway, so make sure that the Calyrex can do its attack freely.
Yeah.
And with that being said, Incineroar is now going to be coming up here instead of Noah, and it's going to lower down the attacks once again of this Calyrex and that Incineroar.
Yeah, this Incineroar is really becoming the bane of Christian's game right now. Again, aside from your own Incineroar kind of just getting weakened a little bit here, every single stage, every single percentage is going to matter in this matchup, especially now that Noah's own Calyrex is actually pretty low as well.
Now they are currently checking if they want to do a Blizzard Fake out before possibly going into a parting shot in the next turn. wants to deal as much damage as possible, especially if there's still the sun up right there. And with this actual barrage, they know that they can do this. They're going to be able to take down, not quite yet, but it's almost there.
Almost there. Of course, with that sun is also a boosted Flare Blitz. And down goes the Calyrex for Christian.
That is the main damage dealer here, coming in from that of Christian, which is down.
Of course, recoil not going to be hitting as strongly. The Calyrex going to go down with the knockout.
Perfectly hit too.
This is actually looking really slim. The margin is just becoming smaller and smaller. Obviously, Koraidon going to set back up that harsh sunlight. It's going to go down the wire.
Yes, sirree, and here you go. Of course, there's not going to be any more, I believe, side of Christian, any more switch-ins, so they would possibly going to be able to like take advantage of this.
Yeah, so that's your last Intimidate, basically, for Christian. For Noah, right?
Yeah, for Noah, but then, again, the party shot would still work, but no switch-out anymore.
That's right. Again, at that point, it might not be worth it. You might as well just Flare Blitz at this point and get some damage in. Koraidon with the Calypso Force is going to do some decent amount of damage against this Incineroar, taking it out.
And again, we have to carry as well. This Landorus is going to be effective against that of Koraidon. Earth Power, unfortunately, not going to be a Terra anymore, as it is going to be the one that's Terra.
Alright, knocking out the Life Orb is actually pretty good as well.
Double Flare Blitz.
Double Flare Blitz.
Landorus, it's not effective, a type matchup wise, but it's enough to take out the Landorus, I believe.
It's already boosted up already.
Exactly.
We have Sunlight up. And
or Falcon Pulse as well.
I think that's all you're going to need. And I think that should be it. I'm not sure how else he's going to be able to walk out of there unscathed.
And without the Life Orb as well.
Yeah, without the Life Orb as well, that's just huge.
I mean, we do know for a fact that this Ride is definitely going to be faster than that of Landorus, and even if it does survive, it's only going to be able to take down one Pokemon into the side of Noah. But even then, as we mentioned, that's going to be it here for Noah. Very quick. It's a very quick game. I'd say that was very quick.
I mean, I kind of get it because just the amount of damage that you get from the sunlight plus all of these fire type moves just going at each other's throats, and the Calyrex is going down very early on.
Very early as well, yes.
Right, so I think that all just compounded into like like 5 or 6 turns.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's the one of the biggest damage dealers here for the side of Christian is definitely the Ice Rider Calyrex, and just being able to take it out immediately was just a I'd say a key factor here for Noah to end things up very swiftly.
Yeah, losing that the Ice Rider really hurt him.
Yes.
And very early Terra, by the way, so he tried to keep it alive as much as possible. It just so happens that, you know what, this Incineroar really did the job, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
it's we weren't able to see the first turn, but we can only assume that it's first, of course, getting the what do you call this, the Intimidate. That's first and foremost going to be activated. It's going to have a fake out, obviously, and the parting shot just puts it down to like -2 immediately.
Yeah, so it's like you're so discouraged from just fighting it out. You have no option to fight. You can have no option to Glacial Lance. And you're, again, at that moment, no other way. The most optimal play was to switch out.
Yes.
And then when he came back,
well,
he wasn't going to do as much.
Wasn't able to do as much as they wanted to.
Yeah.
And that alone gave us a pretty, I mean, it was pretty unlike the, the previous match that we've had. A very quick match, albeit a different kind of way, but still a very quick match nonetheless. And as we are saying this, Noah right now, Ampalaya, is currently a match point to get in that travel award.
And to beat out the win streak as well.
That's true.
Beating out the 8-0, that's actually pretty massive.
And that's going to be quite devastating, I'd say, because if you are going on a win streak from day 1 to day number 2, and your only loss is the loss that will take you out, that's going to be a lot. But right now, we're going to be headed into game number 2. Noah currently at match point.
Yeah, so Christian here obviously is a different start. We have the Smeargle. Will definitely change up this game for sure. good pressure and good support from the Smeargle will definitely be able to change the tone of this game. It's a very defensive Smeargle, Spiky Shield with Spore Ruination.
Follow me.
Follow me is going to be so crucial to make sure that this Calyrex this time might be able to do more damage compared to game number 1.
That's true. And I mean, there's a lot of option here going in for that Smeargle. Follow me and Spore, one of those, could definitely take a lot of effect instead of the Calyrex of Noah. But then again, it's a little bit too fast, and it's fast enough that it might be possible to take out the Smeargle before that even happens.
Yeah, it's also super tempting to just throw Astral Barrage here so early on with the fake out to make sure that the Smeargle can kind of just not do much.
But the thing is, right, like there's also the, there's also the normal typing on the Smeargle.
Yeah.
Which would not make it be affected by Astral Barrage.
Yeah, exactly. Basically what he's trying to do here, I guess, is
take out the Calyrex, right?
Calyrex, yeah. And again, give the job to the Incineroar to maybe fake out the Smeargle.
But no, the Spiky Shield, though.
But the Spiky Shield will be stopping that.
That was quite a good read here coming from Christian. But then again, you know, with the Astral Barrage, I mean, it's still going to do a lot here.
It's still going to do some decent damage.
Yeah.
Just not as much as you want it to. Especially since, again, it doesn't really hit the Smeargle, and it is a Terra Calyrex on the other side.
Fairy Terra as well. And look at that Glacial Lance as well, almost dealing a lot of damage. Almost half health into that of the Shadow Rider Calyrex into the side of Noah, but still not enough that you want it where you want it to be, essentially.
Yeah, definitely Christian's Calyrex this time around did a lot more. The impact was stronger in this one compared to the previous game. And, of course, compared to the Calyrex right now of Noah, only just basically scraped Christian's Calyrex.
And here you go. We are definitely going to be seeing, they're currently hovering into, thinking about the parting shot into the Calyrex, which we've seen earlier as well, putting down the Calyrex into -2 at this point, if it does hit at all.
Yeah, so a few options here for the Calyrex of, obviously, Christian. Maybe can go for a Protect. Maybe can try to take this slow and the Spore. That is just not the position that you want for your own Calyrex if you're Noah.
Yeah, thanks to the Moody ability as well, it's getting in that +1 on speed. Corner shot though is going to be popped up and going to put that Calyrex into -2, now getting switched out as well, which is a beautiful play here coming in from Noah. But then again, the Calyrex still here, Shadow Rider, needs to do some damage going forward as well. Christian, on the other hand, does have the lead right now.
That's right. Again, putting as many of these stat changes onto the Calyrex is just going to slow it down, make sure you're discouraging the attack.
That's true. And now we also get the Trick Room. Albeit the Smeargle, we might possibly see either a Spiky Shield or a Switch out here, given that they've already got it in the +1 in speed. It's definitely going to be on the slower end of things here with that of the Trick Room.
Yeah, so maybe the Incineroar will be able to do more coming back in. That is going to be so brutal.
There you go. They want the Spore possibly on the Calyrex. But let's find out if that's going to be the case here. Smeargle doing a lot despite, you know, being utilized, you know.
Smeargle's doing actually so much in this
That's what I was about to say. It's getting maximized at all by Christian here.
It's even full HP and it still has that Focus Sash, so it won't really be bursted down unless you double on it.
You know, Focus Sash, they still have the Follow Me Ruination as well, but wow!
Ooh, Christian going for the more passive play here, planting those Leech Seeds. And yeah, he has the option to maybe just go for another round to Protect. Just try to stall it out and get as much HP back as he can.
That's a very good way to do a Leech Seed here. Going into this position on the left side, that is going to be on the Incineroar. And at the same time, at this point on, this Calyrex is already at -3. I'm not going to say that it's not going to do some damage. It will, but it's not going to be a lot.
Yeah, it's not going to be a lot. Unless, again, he switches it out, which is, I think, the only option. So if you want to utilize this, you have to take it out of the field here. But at the same time, you're also facing into Noah's, you know, he's trying to transition, right? Obviously, Noah's trying to transition here as well.
I mean, I guess this is why they're currently targeting the Smeargle as well. But this Seed Bomb is going into the side. Was that Seed Bomb? Going into the side of the Ice Rider. But again, here comes the Glacial Land.
Decides to go for the attack.
Oh, super effective. But again, -3. It's not going to do a lot here. Damage. Never mind. It's not the Seed Bomb, but rather the Spore just to try to, you know, delay it a little bit further. And again, you're asleep. -3. Possibly getting in a -4 next turn with a party shot.
That's right. And the Focus Sash is going to be knocked out as well. The Smeargle is a lot more vulnerable now. And you have a Calyrex that's sleeping. That's it. That is just not optimal here.
Yes.
Again, at this point, do you want to just keep it in the field and force it to wake up, or do you want to switch it out maybe? Because you're running out of options. This could get taken out with one bad switch in.
That is true. I mean, even if that's the case, you know, if they do get a switch out as well, the receiving end is not going to be happy.
Yeah, so whoever is going to go out on the receiving end here could also get... And no, you know what? If Noah reads it right, you could also score that.
That's true.
You know, depending on the read. But of course, the play is going to go to Seed Bomb. Don't overthink it. There's a low HP opponent on the other side. Go ahead and take it out if you can. Don't overthink, and they're doing it. Party shot. Is that -4?
I believe that's 4 now this time, yes. And that's going to really break down this Calyrex. It's not going to be able to do a lot of damage. Perhaps that is why they went in for Leisha, just so they can survive even more. And seeing how Noah is playing right now, they know for a fact that this Ice Rider Calyrex is not really going to do anything into the side of Noah. Now, the thing is, the only way for this Ice Rider Calyrex to do something is if it can get switched out.
Yeah, you got to remove the stat changes, bro.
And this, and in this turn as well, I think the only thing that Noah has to do, or at least, you know, I guess a primary objective, is to take out the other Pokemon, not the Calyrex, but the other Pokemon, just in case, so that they won't be able to switch out anymore after this.
That's right. It's a big percentage. It's a really big percentage of your attack on. He's going to try to get something done with the Incineroar, which, again, does not really affect the Shadow Calyrex.
Yes.
So, yeah, what's going to happen here? What are the options here for Christian?
That is true. I mean, again, if they get to take out the Incineroar at this point of the game, it's going to look pretty bad for the Ice Rider Calyrex, because again, -4 into sleep. It might actually, it's a huge possibility that it's going to wake up, but even then, -4 is not a good look for the Ice Rider Calyrex.
Yeah, even if it does wake up, the best it can do is maybe throw another Leech Seed in, or go for a Protect, because if you go for a Glacial Land, it's gonna tickle. It's gonna tickle.
That's true.
It's basically gonna tickle. So here comes the
-5.
Come on. Come on, at this point. That is just an insane amount of switch-ins. An insane amount.
They wanted to get in the Protect, but unfortunately not going to be enough. And very beautiful read here coming from Noah. Not only were they able to, you know, prevent that super effective hit in towards that for Bonnet, but also get in the Intimidate off of that. And there you go. Now, the Trick Room is now over.
Yep, Trick Room's gone.
Calyrex is this Shadow Rider, and obviously I think both of these Calyrex will wake up this turn. Well, Calyrex is now currently at turn 2. So maybe only the Ice Rider, but
sleeping Calyrexes. This is a game of sleeping Calyrexes and just their partner Pokemon. Just
here we go.
There you go. Finally, man, -5 attack is just too much.
A little bit too much indeed. And now we're gonna be able to see the fake out into the Incineroar, possibly wanting to do a lot of damage here. And I mean, I guess at least when they do get in the switch in for that of the Calyrex later, Ice Rider, they're going to be able to do a lot of damage. But then again, I guess what they're thinking of here is that if they do get a switch out, right, switch in, the Trick Room's not going to be there. They're definitely going to be slower than the Pokemon here of Noah, because there's Koraidon, there's Shadow Rider, so there's not really a way for them to outspeed any of the attacks coming from Noah at that point.
Yeah, well, I mean, speed's not gonna matter as much if you have Pokemon just putting stuff to sleep, right?
That's true.
Especially that. So I don't think he wants to set up a Trick Room anytime soon.
I don't think anymore.
Yeah, and you just remove that from your vocab. You just try to get an attack out if you're Christian. Just try to do some damage, damage at this point.
And there you go. Goes in for the attack for the Shadow Rider, possibly expecting the parting shot so that it won't get never mind, actually a knockoff. And it's going to be able to take it off as well from later. So here comes the Koraidon this time around, of course. Going to set up the Sun and or Pulse, increasing its attack even further.
That's right. So we got Sun. So opposing Incineroar for Christian will be able to do some decent damage with Flare Blitz if he needs to into this already low Shadow Rider Calyrex. So that's one option he can do. He can probably double up on it just to make sure it goes out.
Yes. And here you go. Astral Barrage into the Terra goes to get this. If they're thinking if they can take out the Incineroar, because if they cannot take out the Incineroar at this turn, before it actually does its attack, then it's not gonna go for attack, right? So getting in that minus for later, but then again, the knockoff is definitely going to knock out the Shadow Rider for later if it actually does hit and survives, which is very less likely if they are going to be doling on one bat.
Right, so we're going into this one. Calyrex can finally do something, but we do have this Terra coming out from Noah on his own Calyrex, of course.
That's the Terra wanting to remove, you know, the Psychic typing onto that Shadow Rider Calyrex. Right now, he has to a lot of damage into the Doris. Collision Force now going to be a super effective hit as well. Oh, no, not quite yet. It's a Terra. Sorry, a Terra Fairy right now. But then again, the damage is still done. But avoiding that one, the Calyrex is still going to be surviving another day here. But despite being a not very effective hit here into the Fairy Terra Ice Rider Calyrex, it still did a lot of damage nonetheless.
I think every bit of damage you can throw into this Fairy Calyrex is actually just so crucial. So I think that was a pretty well thought out move here from Noah.
Yeah.
Again, despite the avoidance as well, we're seeing attacks missing here at this point. So yeah, it's another swap
the
in.
Incineroar coming in.
Now that Incineroar coming in, slowing down this Koraidon actually is a pretty big deal. Might not do as much damage as we think it would.
But then again, the Clear Amulet is not going to reduce
that's right.
attack, right?
Right.
There you go, Astral Barrage. They're just going to take this one up from Noah. Are they going to be able to get a KO? Calyrex not quite yet. That was very close. But here comes Collision Force just to end things up.
That could be a double up.
There you go.
And there you go. That's another time that the Calyrex of Christian goes down without really throwing out much of a fight. Very unfortunate at this time.
And the last one is going to be the Taurus, which is currently in a very low health as well.
Very low health.
Mentioned the speed here. Noah just really needed to take out that Ice Rider Calyrex, and from there on out, it's smooth sailing for them. And this is essentially what happened in Game 1 as well.
All right, so let's see if this Landorus can perform miracles here. Gonna have to take into consideration, obviously, the speed of the Pokemon on the field now. That is gonna be big.
Again, if Noah does get this win, then that means they have now then secured the invite with the Travel Award. So let's find out what's going to happen in this last turn.
Yeah.
What is Christian going to do here to try to salvage this situation?
He's thinking it out. He's drawing out the clock. Here's the fake out. Just try to slow down that Koraidon. Maybe stop the Flare Blitz from happening. And there goes that Astral Barrage.
I think that's going to be it as well. Not for Incineroar, but again, the damage on the door is one of the biggest damage dealer left for Christian. That's going to be enough. Special attack is rising as well, but even without that, it's just preventing, prolonging the inevitable here for Christian, and that is going to be game here 2-0 for Noah, proceeding to the grand finals as well.
That's right, we've got Noah Ampalaya coming in for our grand finals. What a journey, and that is also on top of slowing down and stopping Christian's 8-game win streak.
That's true. Again, as I mentioned, that is going to be quite disheartening, being your only loss as the one that will take you out in the tournament. But then again, it's not all sad because they have still secured the Pokemon World Championships invite. But Noah is definitely happier right now, as not only have they secured the Pokemon World Championships, the grand finalist slot, but also the Travel Award.
That's right, Travel Award, Pokemon helping out to make sure that Noah will be able to arrive in our Pokemon World Championship.
That's true, and I mean, I think right now Noah can sit comfortably. I'd say obviously still go in for the top 1, but
you want to get top 1.
You want who doesn't want to get top 1, right? Who doesn't want to be crowned the champion? But as of right now, they are now sitting comfortably. They've already gotten the most of the awards in this tournament.
Yeah, amazing performance from Noah. Again, opening up very, very strong. With the Calyrex as well, playing around this Incineroar.
Yes.
And Incineroar MVP, obviously, for Noah.
Of course.
I think for both games.
For both, I mean, it essentially, well, break down the Ice Rider Calyrex parting shot into the, parting shot into the Intimidate, into the parting shot Intimidate. It's just, it shut down the Calyrex, dude.
That's right. So obviously the day is not done,
yes.
at least for most of us, even for Christian, because he can actually join our side events.
That's
They're ongoing right now here in the venue of SMX Convention Center in Manila. So we've got obviously Mesostar. I really want to line up for that Mesostar. Get that. Yeah, we already got the yellow tag
the
Pikachu.
Yeah, but we haven't really played yet.
We haven't played. We got to use those tokens, man. And obviously, we have a lot of experiences for you guys. Coloring, we got expanded format, point get battles to make sure that you can get at least that booster pack here. And champions, if you haven't tried champions, you can. And Poketopia on the side.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is the side contents thus far for our day number 2. There are, if you want to, actually, a little bit of an update here. If you want to line up to the new trainer journey, I don't think there is currently a queue, or at least it's not as long as earlier.
I'm hoping that we still have
still have time to get in, and I think this is a pretty great shot to, pretty great time to actually go in and line up and queue in for our side events. And as you can see here, we have the participation prize as well. All of our participants getting the microfiber cloth here, and of course the notebook with the Asia Championship Series.
Yeah, those were given out yesterday for all our day 1 participants. Every single player here in VGC. And obviously, we already have prizes that will probably be awarded later on. For our top 10, top 4 rather. Obviously, these trophies, they're going to be able to take these home.
Yeah, there you have it. Top 4, that is now secured here by Christian. But now for Noah, they're still fighting off here for the champion and the finalist trophy. But with that being said, though, here are the invites once again. As we mentioned earlier, 3rd to 10th place, this is up until Christian. They're going to be getting in the Pokemon World Championships invite. But on to the second placements, 2nd and 1st, as Noah just got this as well. It's not only the Pokemon World Championships invite, but also the Travel Award.
That's right. So we're getting into a point where we are going to see the best of the best here in the Philippines. I'm sure you guys are very much excited about that. By the way, we do have our TCG stream as well. Check it out in the link of the description of the video so that you can keep the Pokemon action rolling. If you are a big fan of TCG, check that out. And if you are in the venue, you want to learn more about TCG, you can learn from it. You'll be given this. You'll be able to get a demo deck. Featuring Charizard and Pikachu.
Yeah, Charizard and Pikachu EX. And there you have it. Of course, again, as we mentioned, it's a pretty good time for you to line up the queue into our new trainer journey to be able to receive this and a lot more goodies like, we have the visors. We do have, some Poketopia stickers.
Yeah.
And again, the Pikachu special tag here.
Yeah.
That you can get here.
That's so good.
That is so definitely good. And of course, you have to fill up all of these stamps. And for our point get battle, get 5, you'll get a booster pack for 5 points.
Yeah, so if you and your family, you're not really doing much here on a Sunday, why not? And you're all big Pokemon fans, please come on over. I think we'll be open until later on today, maybe around the afternoon. So we'll still be able to accommodate you, join you guys, and maybe watch some cool action. You never know.
Yeah,
you might be able to make new friends here as well.
Yeah, it's not just VGC, it's also the TCG, but of course we again have Poketopia and Pokemon Champions ready if you want to try it out as a part of our side events. And there's just a lot, honestly. There's just a lot happening right now. It's not just for the competitors, but for everyone who likes Pokemon.
That's right. All ages, no matter how old you are, we'll be able to accommodate you and just have a lot of fun with you guys.
We're not old, man. We're kids.
Like younger old.
Nobody's old here.
Nobody's old, yeah, for sure.
We're old kids, right?
100%, right.
Yeah.
So we should have our next grand finalist in a while.
Yes.
I think they are resolving that right now, so we're gonna be waiting for that. But before, obviously, while we're waiting, again, check out the TCG link
on the description.
Check it out later on today.
They are currently having. They're currently happening right now.
They got more games to go. That's why you can actually watch more games on the TCG.
We have one more game.
I think they have like 3 more after this. Three more games, 3 rounds.
Yeah. So right now we are currently on our last one after this one, and we are currently just waiting for the update as to who won the other qualifying grand finalist match.
That's right. I'm very excited to see, the matchups here. I actually like what I saw from Noah.
Yes.
We had a loss yesterday, but I think that even that loss was pretty much like a really neck and neck fight.
Yes.
I would love to see how he really did improve on the piloting of the composition.
Yep.
Here in day number 2.
I mean, it's just like one night of adjustment going over to day number 2, and from there on out, as I have to agree with what you said, they adjusted a lot, and from there on out, we were able to see them get this grand finalist slot as well. So before we show you any update as well, we're just going to take a little bit of a break here, and when we come back, we'll be back with the grand finals. And I think this is going to be pretty exciting.
That's very exciting here. Again, grand finalists. Who are your predictions? Who's going to come out on top? Let us know in the comments. We'll love to talk to you. But for now, we're going to go on a quick break. It's Rockhart and JJ Kun here for the Master Ball League and the Asia Championship Series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
In this desolate world, humans and Pokémon have vanished. Oh, a Ditto transformed to look like a human. And a unique-looking Tangrowth. They decided to build a new town. Nestled in the grass is Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokémon. Pokémon will appear in their preferred habitats. Ditto can learn moves from Pokémon it meets, refresh and enrich the land, and open up new paths. As nature flourishes, so will the Pokémon. Ditto's also quite handy. Gather materials and use them to create all sorts of items. Till the fields, grow crops, and build houses for Pokémon. There's so much to do here. Pokémon may also have unique requests. Looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere. And Riolu seems pretty hungry. Pokémon stuck in harsh environments also need your help. So work together with other Pokémon to complete these requests. And your world will become even livelier. What other adventures await? Will there be other unique encounters? What kind of life will you make? Will these relaxing days spent playing and bonding with other Pokémon become precious memories? Rebuild the world one step at a time. Pokémon Poketopia. Available now only on the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Pokémon Champions. In this title, you can enjoy the battles you know and love from the Pokémon series on your Nintendo Switch or mobile device. You can invite your previous Pokémon partners to join the action by linking with Pokémon Home, or you can find new partners to battle alongside you right away from within Pokémon Champions. You can recruit Pokémon to your team to battle alongside you. It's up to you which Pokémon to choose. Recruit Pokémon you're interested in and form a team. Then it's finally time for Pokémon battles. You can enjoy ranked battles that let you face off against trainers from around the world, as well as private battles where you can take on family and friends with greater immersion than ever before. Take on thrilling matches in single battles and double battles. Finally, we'd like to introduce you to a new way to raise Pokémon that lets you enjoy battles even more. Pokémon Champions offers ways to make raising your Pokémon more flexible and convenient than ever. Teach your Pokémon moves that interest you, then train your Pokémon to make the most of them. Recruit and train to easily enjoy Pokémon battling. Bringing Pokémon battles to everyone. Pokémon Champions. Planned to release in 2026.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, we are now down to our last match of the tournament for the VG here on the Master Ball League. Once again, this is us. My name is JJ, and with me is Rockhard, and this is just beautiful. Noah getting in the 2-0 against Christian to get in the grand finals. And then we also have Jason, Harvey, Suzuko, which I'm pretty sure a lot of people are expecting Thailand as well, but like, this is going to be a different set of people. We're going to be crowning a new name here for the Philippines. And man, these are trophies.
That's right. These are trophies that they'll be receiving, and we will be getting into our finals very shortly. But before that, let's have a look at the journey that they went through to be able to get to this point.
There you have it. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. It is going to be Jason winning against Francis, Noah winning against Christian, as we've seen earlier, and now they are down to the last one, Noah and Jason, to end things up, wrap things up for today.
Yeah, just a reminder, everyone on this top 8 bracket is going to be able to, they already have their worlds in, right? And now it's going to be for the top 1 here. Obviously, both of our finalists already have a travel award, so nothing to worry about that. All you need to do is focus on getting your composition ready for the World Championships, which will be happening in August.
And I mean, I guess at the same time, right now, this is just going to be a battle, not for the travel award, but rather who gets to be crowned as the champion, the Philippine champion for this year.
That's right. This is the Asia Championship Series, and obviously very beautiful trophies will be given to them.
And we haven't shown them this as well. These are beautiful. These are the participation prizes that we have been showing you guys. We finally got it.
So exactly. So
it's actually a huge notebook.
This is going to be the most useful thing for me. I really like that this notebook is here. So it'll be
a design. We haven't seen the design from the back.
The Mega Zygarde as well as our new Megas.
Yes.
The Greninja, the Charizard, as well as the Sharpedo. I like this. So all of that very useful for their VGC journey. Maybe next year for the other participants who weren't able to make it.
Yes.
But for now, it is going to be the finals. I am so excited for this one.
I mean, who isn't excited for this? This is the grand finals. This is what they have been practicing for the entire year in comparison to like TCG, where you can get in your points, rack up your points, get in the World's Invite. But this, for VG in the Philippines, it's just one shot that you get every year.
That's right. That one shot, which again has been claimed by multiple people who actually joined us today.
And
a lot of them are finalists and champions as well.
Yes, a part of the top 16 as well, right? So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, we are now at our grand finals, Jason versus Noah. Let's have a champion time.
That's right. It is going to be Championship Sunday here in SMX Convention Center in Manila. We're seeing the Incident War and Calyrex opening for Noah. And of course, Jason, very happy with the Miraidon Lunala. Possibility to maybe go for a Trick Room if he wanted to. Don't think, is that going to be a call here though? Is that a good idea?
I mean, going over, coming in from that, perhaps the Trick Room here could be a play given how Noah's Pokemon really relies on that speed. However, first we're going to be seeing this Ghost Calyrex, Shadow Rider Calyrex going into its, removing the Psychic typing rather, moving forward into this match.
Yeah, you have the Terra on the Lunala as well. Getting that water and making it a little bit more durable.
Yeah.
Against Koraidon and Insert.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't want, it definitely doesn't want to have its, get taken out essentially by the knockoff as well. But of course, since it is now that it's no longer Ghost type, the Bagel's definitely going to come in. But the Volt Switch is going to be a critical hit towards the Calyrex here of Noah. Would have been able to take it out, but because the Focus Sash, it survived for another round.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. The Calyrex getting hit down into 1 HP, especially I think it already did a majority of its job. Put the Lunala down low and the Miraidon as well. And you already have some pretty, again, slow attackers here, which will benefit so much from the trick room if it was actually landing.
Yeah, that was a very good reading there coming from Noah with that little Nala Terra. Because the thing is, if they did not go in for a Terra, they would have been able, possibly would have been able to get in that trigger. But unfortunately, that was a good read, a huge read there coming in from Noah.
A pretty good punish. Although, again, the battle is still far from over. This Calyrex, despite being 1 HP, can actually still output a decent amount. Could actually even threaten knockout on the Lunala if the right conditions are met.
That's true. And now they are, you know, thinking about it, you know, they took a lot of time here to go in for the Trick Room, but then again, it's going to be a lot perhaps, but unfortunately for them, Noah just goes in for that Astral Barrage. They possibly was hoping that they're not going to go for that, you know, with the threat of the White Guard, but then Noah did not overthink it and just went straight for it, taking down, of course, the Lunala.
That's right. So, again, without Trick Room, the Ursaluna is going to have to kind of just accept some damage. You have to accept the fact that you will, if you want to pull off an attack, there's a possibility that you could just be put very low in the before you pull it off. So it's just going to be a little bit more perilous here for Jason, especially without the Trick Room. Your Lunala, I feel like he played off the defense a little bit. He didn't pull off the wide guard.
Yes.
So it's really, he played a little bit more on the riskier side.
I'd say, I guess the way I see it is that, you know, Jason did a phenomenal game. However, the read there from Noah was just different. I think it was a different level, and it essentially just stopped down that Lunala, and stopping that Lunala is everything to Noah from here.
That's right. That's why I was thinking, you know what, maybe more protects, more wild cards.
But just to be a little bit defensive,
just to try to, but again, doesn't have protect, only has wild cards, right? So, yeah, so here we go with the Incineroar, just, you know, trying to see if he can get a fake out maybe on the Miraidon. That would be probable optimal play here. Since the Miraidon will probably have a higher speed, able to attack first, and if I were Jason, I would want to use this Miraidon while I can.
But the thing is, if it does get the switch out as well, it's going to take in all the damage coming from the Miraidon and Incineroar. And but the thing is, another disadvantage here is that this Ursaluna is currently at -2 from the parting shot and the current just now Intimidate.
That's right. So again, the Incineroar just serving Noah phenomenally so far here in day number 2.
Yeah.
I would say that, you know, he's got a lot more threats to deal with, but those threats seem to be switching in and out. We got Iron Hands here for Noah. Sorry, for Jason.
Jason, of course, is also going to have the access to the fake out, and of course, Wild Charge and Drain Punch as well, potentially going to do a lot of damage against that Incineroar.
Yeah.
But then this is a very beautiful read here coming from Jason, just to protect, and of course, switching it out with that of the Iron Hands. And looking at Protect, of course, trying to make sure that this Ursaluna survives another day, but Earth Power is going to be up here. Again, you know, it doesn't really matter if there's attacks here going down for Ursaluna, because this is, you know, more of a special attacking Blood Ursaluna, of course, with Earth Power and the Hyper Boost, so it doesn't really matter as much as they are taking up. But then again, there is still the Miraidon that can will be at a disadvantage off of that.
Yeah, so basically disadvantage of obviously the speed. The trade-off that he did was the remaining Pokemon for Jason are actually quite bulky. So they're going to be able to really take some punishment before they go out. And they're going to be able to stay on the field. I've seen Draining Punch really just turn games around as well. Getting back health while also dealing some decent amount of damage is the trade-off for being the slower Pokemon here.
But the thing is, Jason, right now, they were really hoping to get that Trick Room. Unfortunately, again, that was the key factor for Noah here to take control of this match. However, here comes Blood Moon. Not going to do a lot of damage to the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, Raging Bolt just going to be able to, again, another quite bulky Pokemon and a decent attacker as well. Is going to be a big threat here. Again, don't forget there's just not much remaining here. No Trick Room just means that, you know, maybe you can double up. If you're Noah, you're going to be able to pull off 2 attacks first into maybe either Universal Luna or this Iron Man.
But again, it's currently, right? This Noah knows themselves that they are currently the faster one as well in the game. But now look at that, they are going to be gunning in for that.
There he goes.
The Draco Meteor just to be able to take out the Luna.
Yeah, very happy to do that. Low kick just to try to equalize out some damage. But this Iron Hands is not going to be long for this. We got the Miraidon on the back. It's not quite over yet, but really a great situation here for Jason.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, you know, this Miraidon is definitely quick, but with this kind of lineup coming from Noah, they definitely would be the one attacking first here. And again, no more access to the fake out from that of the Iron Hands means that this Miraidon and Raging Bolt would be free to do their attacks.
That's right. And this Iron Hand, maybe with that bulk, I don't know if you can maybe take 2 if you get doubled up again, which Noah's actually been doing. But if he decides to go for switch in instead,
it's actually pretty good as well, because that is going to be another Intimidate off towards an Iron Hand just to reduce the damage as much as possible.
Yeah, you're actually going to slow down the drain punch as well later on. So the late game is just not going to look as good, but look at that! The one-hit KO into the Incineroar.
That is going to be a lot of damage, especially the helmet terrain as well. But the collision force right now is going to go into that of Rhino, taking it out as well. And look at this, they can still do another one into the Iron Hands. They're sure to survive this because of the the reduction in stages of attacks from the Intimidate as well. So they are on a pretty good spot here for Noah. I think this is, we can safely say that this is a game for Noah as well, game number 1.
That's going to be 2v1. You will have an Iron Hands that is reduced to -2 attack. So even if you Drain Punch, even if you go for a super effective hit here, unlikely that you're going to get much HP back even if you Drain Punch. And again, 2 Pokemon on the other side to be able to just destroy this Iron Hand, and I think that will be it. Maybe try to use some of that time to think about your next game. Try to plan it out based on what you saw here in game number 1. So I think that's exactly what Jason is doing.
I mean, again, you know, it's more of, what do you call it? Even if this Iron Hands would be able to take down 1, there's still going to be another that will survive, so.
I mean, he's trying. Look at that. Look at this guy. He's the Iron Hands that could just keep throwing those Drain Punches out, and maybe, you know what? Maybe there is a chance that he can still have this. Maybe.
It's very less likely.
It's very unlikely, but you know what? This is a very bulky Iron Hand.
It is a very bulky Iron Hand. But then, I mean, considerably, Koraidon used Protect, so,
yeah,
you know.
Again, this is just Noah trying to be as careful as possible.
But I mean, I mean, I guess one thing why they're usually doing this as well is just to make sure, just to check as well what else that they can do. But then again, you know, it's more of it's an open team sheet anyway, so they can see what's up.
Oh boy.
There you go. And that is going to be game here. Oh, there was a disconnection. I wonder what's going to happen though. But it seems as if, you know, Noah already had that.
Test.
There you go. So it seems as if you know, Noah already got that in the bag, but at the same time, you know, we did get to see a disconnection. So we'll find out in just a bit with the judges what's going to be the verdict here. But again, it seems as if it like it was already the game there for Noah.
Yeah. Again, that Iron Hands was holding on for dear life.
Yes.
Getting that Drain Punch in over and over again, and it felt like he was also kind of running out of attacks to throw at the Iron Hands. Most of the attacks are just not as effective as he thinks it should be.
Right.
We might have a possible he could have had like more damage with the collision course, but the problem was the Koraidon's already down.
That's
so
true. And
I don't know how much damage the Raging Bolt could output there with the Thunderbolt. Could be enough for maybe one more hit.
I mean, then again, it's already down to how many stages on attack, so it's not really going to deal as much as you want to. I mean, we did see the Drain Punch as well not doing a lot. So, well, I mean, if it's going to try to get some drains, maybe on the earlier stages, but not this one. And again, going back to what happened, Jason was definitely, hoping for the Trick Room, and that was the main objective there for Noah to take out. Taking down that Lunala essentially shut down, well, obviously not totally, but essentially shut down the option for Jason.
That's right. And for Jason, I think he played that up to the very end.
Yes.
As best as he could, despite all the things that really happened. And I really got to commend him. I feel like he got that one. But again, not quite done yet, right? It's only game number 1. So
game number 1 indeed. And at the same time, again, with the disconnection that happened earlier, we have to get some updates as well first as to what's going to be the official ruling, because we might be able to get it's less likely, but there's also some situations where we might get a game reset. But again, I think it's pretty clear cut who's going to be winning that one as well. So let's just wait for the official announcement as to what's going to be the game here.
Yeah, so overall, I would say that I wish that the Lunala could have stuck in longer, could have stayed longer into that fight. The Lunala with the Trick Room.
Yes.
That would have been over so quickly. If you get
I know.
attacking, if you get the Iron Hands attacking a lot earlier.
Yes.
That could have been brutal.
That would have been brutal for Noah. They would have been able to do a lot with the Trick Run on, because again, they were a little bit too on the slower end. That and we did see their damage output as well. It was huge, but again, the speed is not up to par with that of Noah's Pokemon.
Yeah, the speed battle without Trick Room is just really not as good. Again, you have very bulky Pokemon. You have Ursaluna, very much can do a lot of the attacks.
Yes.
And he can kind of receive more attacks before he goes down. But yeah, that's the problem. You are receiving attacks. There's a possibility of you getting doubled up as well.
Yes.
So a lot riskier without the Trick Room.
Yes.
But again, I'm surprised it lasted that long anyway.
That's true. I mean, right now, it's just going to be interesting how Jason is going to adjust going into game number 2. Then again, it's Noah currently at the tournament, well, not the match point, but the tournament point to potentially becoming crowned as the Philippine national champion for 2025-2026.
Yeah, basically just one game away here, I guess, for Noah.
And with how they were able to control that match, I'd say I think it's quite safe to say that they can be confident. I mean, they were able to control it quite quickly, and to shut down any win conditions for the opponents, I think that's key to any game, really.
Yeah, so there is a world where maybe the Lunala could have survived. It could have been different. So for now, it just feels like that's going to be it for that game. So again, they're going to have to run it back again. I wonder what kind of variation we can expect.
That's true.
From a change-up. I don't know if they're even going to change it up, right? I
That's
think the only thing I would have changed there is if the Lunala could have survived longer.
That's
now,
true.
is there a way that you can maybe make that Lunala survive just a little tad bit more with a little bit changes onto your lineup? Again, he also has the option to change it back to an Urshifu if you want to, but most of I think a majority of the team actually is going to rely on that Trick Room.
No,
Iron Hands and Ursaluna, right?
I mean, I guess looking at the team list here of Jason, we still have the Urshifu. We still have the Shiyu, so that could be one. But of course, we also have the Iron Hands as well. The Lunala is definitely going in. It cannot be out because there is still the Shadow Rider Calyrex.
That's true. They need the wide guard. Yeah.
So So we have just gotten our update for the game number 1. We did see a bit of an advantage onto the side of Noah, but as we have just been informed, we are actually going to reset game number 1.
That is interesting. We're gonna do a reset. I'm not sure what happened here in that very last moment.
Yeah,
we actually lost the visual on that one.
That's true.
But that means we're gonna be able to redo it, and that is that's. I mean, I get it. It was so close.
If I were Noah, it's gonna be disheartening, I'd say. I mean, you already got the game.
That's right.
And then we're going to have another reset. But then here we go. Again, as I mentioned, the Lunala cannot be out. They have to stay in because of the Shadow Rider Calyrex.
All right, so look at that one. You have the Lunala. Let's see if it's going to be able to last longer compared to game number 2 here. Sorry, game number 1, or the previous game number 1. Because technically this is still game number 1.
Because we are just going to move in for the reset. So with that being said, we're going to be starting off here with the Volt Switch immediately. They're still going in for the same set of Pokemon, actually.
Oh, it's the same set?
Yes, at least for Jason.
Yeah, I don't know if actually they're able to get punched back here. So let's see. For the meantime, I think we are back.
Yeah, I think we are back. Yeah.
Yeah, we got a pretty good one. We're gonna have to, in case you guys didn't catch us earlier, we are doing a redo of game number 1.
Yes, so we did see the disconnection earlier. So the final call of the judge here is to do a remake of game number 1. So right now, there's at least for Noah, they are running the same lead, same set of Pokemon as earlier, but this time they don't want to go in immediately for the Trick Room and just went in for the switch out.
So this time it is going to be a bit of a different decision. Definitely still the Calyrex Shadow Rider here. Very early Astral Barrage, by the way, without a way to actually do a wide guard.
Yes, and look at that. Another, well, that is going to be a Volt Switch right there into the Calyrex. But again, it does have the focus session. Jason knows that they have to take out this Calyrex if they do want to remove that threat off of Noah's side. And now we're going to have a Volt Switch again into that of the Lunala. Salon can be able to take it out though.
Yep. There you go. Volt Switch. Going to be connecting. And you want to do that as much as possible with your own Raven Bolt, right? You want to just eke out as much damage. Every single bit of damage is going to matter so much in this matchup. Again, this is still game number. We're treating this as the game number 1 here.
Yes, and there you go. It seems as if the Calyrex, hanging on still with the focus sash here, still would be able to do something. But then there is also the risk of it getting knocked out here by Calyrex. But then again, that is the reason, I guess, why they're going to be going in for that of the Terra Civilization onto Lana, Terra Water, just so that they won't have, they won't take the super effective hit off of that Astral Barrage.
In this Astral Barrage, if you're on the side of Noah, like, you think, oh, one more Astral Barrage, come on, bro. But that's exactly what Jason's kind of predicting here as well. So I think if you will be able to mitigate that damage, at least for now. And yeah, go. So again, Jason really wants to make sure that this is out. Oh my goodness!
That was a beautiful one. I mean, okay, look, Jason, that was beautiful for Jason. That puts Nala. That's beautiful for Noah. That puts Jason in quite a predicament. Because again, if it's either way, right? You're gonna get hit by anything. It's either get hit by a super effective Astral Barrage or get hit by the bait.
That's right. So either way, you had to accept that was going to happen. That was going to happen either.
Right? And they're not going to be able to set up that Trick Room.
Yeah, and Lunala, again, with a very low HP, I don't think you have an opening here. Unless you can kind of just have a priority to remove the Calyrex, and Incineroar is just going to make life so miserable for you. But You know what? Did I see what I just saw? He's really deciding on it.
He went back.
Okay. Why?
Sad. There we go.
All right.
Don't want to put the Twitter in. Again, this is quite a...
That's risky.
Again, that's very risky at this stage of game number 1.
Remember, if you lose your Lunala, you lose your wild card.
Oh, that was beautiful for the counter. It's actually looking for the psychic instead. Expecting that wild card to open up.
Yeah, again, Noah just reading this like a book. Beautiful
Parting shot.
psychic and a parting shot as well for the Incineroar of Noah.
Noah is on a flow state right now.
He's so on point.
And those reads from Noah is essentially telling us that, hey, you know what, it doesn't matter what happened in game number 1. Sure, we might get a rematch, a remake, but like, I'm still gonna do what I do.
Yeah, exactly. I would dare say he seems more decisive in this one, especially with the decisions he's making use of the chip damage that the Raging Bolt can kind of just provide.
Yes.
Now here's the Luna, who again does not have Trick Room up yet, so
yeah.
Is this like a trap by Jason? Is he thinking, oh, you know what? Hey, look at me, look at my Lunala. I'm gonna set up a Trick Room. You have yours.
I mean, I guess at this point on, I don't think that's gonna be the case. But you can't. At this stage of the game, I think Noah knows as well that they are just gonna run in a single tournament move, and they have again still the lead in terms of speed, and they're gonna be able to take out all the Pokemon here with Jason. Not quite able with Luna though, but 1v3 is not going to be here for Jason.
With the Hyper Voice, finally gonna be able to get rid of that Shadow Rider counteract, but at this point might just be way too late. Rage Bolt is low, but there is another Pokemon on the pocket here for Noah.
That's right, and at the same time, we do know for a fact that this Rage Bolt is faster than the Ursaluna.
Way faster.
So this, you know, the previous game 1 was a little bit long in terms of play, but this one, Noah was able to readjust their game plan and make it quicker.
So all of that coming, all of that connected, all of that together.
Yes.
It's just Ursaluna on its own. It just might be the buy time once more for Jason. Just try to drag this out, try to get some information, and try to get formulate the game plan in his head.
Yes.
He does have a few seconds to do that. And yeah, so far, game number 1 remake
It's still on the side of Noah.
feels like it's still on the side of Noah. So absolutely beautiful. There's a collision course. Close it out.
Yes.
And it's 1-0.
1-0. Officially 1-0.
Officially, we are
Officially
1-0.
Yeah, there you go. And again, congratulations to Noah getting in officially game number 1. And just to give a bit of a context as well as to what happened earlier, of course, according to our standard tournament ruling, because of the unintentional disconnection, we would have, despite it looking pretty clear-cut for Noah, we would have to void that and start over a new game.
That's right. So we had to do that. Obviously, it is standard tournament ruling.
Yes.
It was also due to the board state, right? It was
Yes.
just so... Both Pokemon's HP were actually quite... and it obviously Noah had an advantage.
Yes.
But again, you don't know
What could still happen?
what could still happen
Yeah.
with HP just going back into the
Yes.
irons. Anyway, that was it. Game number 1, actual game number 1 here.
Going to Noah.
Going over to Noah. Again, really commend his usage here of basically just Incineroar doing everything.
Yes.
Putting the fake outs into where it should go.
And it's actually quite amazing as well, where Noah, I think this was the most crucial moment of the match, where Noah put Jason in a forced option select, is how I would say it. It's either, do you want your Lunala to get KO'd, or do you want to get faked out? Either way, you're not going to be able to set up the Trick Room, which you really, really want against Noah to control the match. However, Noah is doing a really great job of making it not happen.
That's right. And all he had to do was just get those first few turns
Yes.
properly. And again, he got such a big advantage. And getting the knowledge as well. Using the knowledge that, you know what, there are slower Pokemon at the back.
Yes.
For Jade here, was able to really just get him such a big advantage. And now coming into game number 2, I really wonder what the selection is going to be. Are we still going to see that Ursaluna?
it's technically going to be game number 3 now. And it's going to be like Jason, right? With that of the adjustment. It's
officially game 2.
Officially game 2.
Yeah.
Technically game number 3. And Jason now, see, look, they're not going to go in for the Lunala as a starter, but instead goes in for what you mentioned earlier, the Chiyu, and of course the Urshifu as well, just to be able to try to fight off the speed here coming in from Noah. But then again, Tyler is still a big factor here. But again, the Unseen Fist, also the first time that we're going to be seeing here on the broadcast.
Again, in 2 days, and how many battles? And first we'll see of the Urshifu.
Right?
Honestly, super surprised. I thought it would be more prevalent, but we will see probably why. It's a great matchup with your Turning Strikes. They'll definitely be able to do decent damage against this Incineroar. Also just do some really good shots, but of course the Sunlight might slow that down, but will power up the Chiyu a little bit here.
Powering up the Chiyu a little bit. Unfortunately, they went for
that's a
special attack. But then again, what they wanted to do is really just set up this stun, just to be able to reduce damage coming in from that of the Surging Strikes. And we just saw, despite it having been hit at the last moment as well, it's not going to do so much against this Koraidon.
Yeah, not as much as you thought it would. Removing the Choice Scarf as well is so big for that Chiyu. It's going to slow it down by a lot.
But now this Urshifu as well does run a Focus Sash. So definitely would need 2 hits for it to get KO'd. But then again, it is currently super effective. Koraidon is currently super effective against that of the Urshifu, unless it terrestrializes. But I don't see that happening anytime soon just yet. Not in this board state.
Yeah, not in the board state right now. We have the Chiyu also can probably Heat Wave. He has an Empower and Heat Wave, but again, those are fire Pokemon. Not very effective. And there you go. That is one way to get rid of the Chiyu. Collision Course straight into it.
I just well, there is the ability here to be proven, and still didn't do a lot of I still did a lot of damage for the Koraidon. Smart shot though, knowing what to do, gets to switch out just to reduce the damage of the Chiyu even further into the game.
Alright, so we got the Koraidon here. The Incineroar, expect to see that very, very shortly as well. I'm pretty sure he wants to get that back as soon as possible to make sure that you can intimidate this Urshifu even further. We'll see that option later. But for now, you also want to not introduce the Calyrex too much.
Yes.
Make sure it's still alive for a late sweep. So let's see what's going to be the next Pokemon here for Jason, though.
I like Noah's gameplay. I think it's quite different than what we saw Noah play yesterday, day number 1. Noah, since earlier, has been playing very methodically and making sure that they, deconstruct their opponents, make sure that they know which is their win cons, and removes it completely against their opponents. As we saw here as well, putting down a lot of attacks coming in from that Urshifu, essentially allowed to go in all out.
I think I saw a selection of a Trick Rooms. I think he's still trying to set it up. We did see in the selection screen Iron Hands
right
at the back here. So I think he wants to get the Iron Hands out as soon as possible, maybe. As long as the Lunala does, again, stay alive.
That is true, but here comes the Koraidon getting switched out as well. And possibly going to be Incineroar again. No, it's not. It's going to be a Raging Bolt instead. Possibly wanting to, reduce the damage it's going to take as much as possible. While getting out, the possibility of the Incineroar getting taken out being purchased by that of the Lunala.
Yeah, so the Lunala definitely has more resistance against attacks like a Flare Blitz now. But look at that.
Aqua Jet dead.
Yeah, basically nothing here. And Yasuo Barrage is going to be, let's go here for Shifu on 1 HP.
There you go, the Focus Sash has now been popped up. The Trick Room, however, finally after
gets it out.
Goes out. And it is going to be quite quick. Iron Hands definitely has to go in right now.
Time to swap in.
I they're gonna go in for the surging strike. Perhaps just wants to get in.
I know he's like -2 attack though.
That's true. Maybe the priority, just try to get in some damage. But it seems if this is going to be a quite not speedy or Shifu right here, trying to take advantage of that trick throw.
I think, yeah, he's very happy to do that. This was probably bulkier than we think it is.
Yes.
So wait for the Iron Hands to go out. I'm pretty sure the Iron Hands is going to be able to do quite a decent amount of damage, especially it is going first.
There we have it. Coming in, Terra. I wonder what's going to be the Terra here. It is this Raging Bolt. That is going to be an electric one, removing the dragon typing of the Raging Bolt as well. Here goes Thunderclap. Unfortunately, I think that was directed towards that of the Lunala. That's why it failed right there. But look at this. Not a lot of damage, despite a critical hit twice right now for the triple. There we go. Of course, it's always going to be a critical hit.
Always going to be a critical hit. Right. And of course, Psychic not going to be missing. It is going to do an enormous amount of damage to a supposedly bulky Iron Hand. So I think a Drain Punch is the 100% play here. But did I just see a wild charge in? There you go. I think he swapped it out. Oh my goodness. All right. So, Urshifu at 1 HP. What's the play?
I mean, again, at this point, despite Noah losing the speed battle, they still have, their priority moves for the pushing the gun in for that. But the damage of the Drain Punch is not a lot as well for it to recover.
It's not a lot.
Bolt switching and Raging Bolt actually being able to take advantage of that of the trick room. And again, possibly going to run the insert again. Again, both of these are attackers right here, and reducing their attack is definitely going to be the play of the game here, so that they would be able to survive even longer for later, allowing them to push out as much damage as possible.
And I also really love that Bolt switch, by the way, by the Raging Bolt, going into the Iron Hands.
Yes.
He knows he can't really, he's probably not going to be needing to throw that into Urshifu. It's going to go down anyway.
There you go.
And there it is.
The only one left here is the Lunala at the back. But even then, there's still 4 more Pokemon inside of Noah. And this is looking pretty bleak right now. Even with the Trick Room now, 2 Pokemon up here.
That's right. No more sunlight, no problem whatsoever. Lunala coming out. It's Lunala versus the world here in the Grand Finals. And I do not expect it to do much. Moongeist Beam definitely the only play here, but it's even gonna get faked out. It's just Noah blocking out each and every opportunity here for Jason in the Grand Finals.
That is it, ladies and gentlemen, all fans alike. Noah winning 2-0 against Jason, and is going to be your 2026 Philippine Region Champion for the VG Master Ball League.
Congratulations to Noah, beautifully piloting this composition to its fullest, even using your opponent's setup to his advantage.
Yes, and again, it was a beautiful game here, a beautiful match played by Noah. They were able to deconstruct Jason, and the entirety of the match, despite the remake as well, the rematch, they still played it phenomenally, and that they were making Jason play their game plan.
That's right, and as long as, Noah just kept a calm mind.
Yeah.
And make sure that you got stuff covered. You make sure that the Lunala can't really do what it was supposed to do in that game. Really ensured that they could get that victory, and it was clean. That 2-0 was very, very well deserved there for Jason. For Noah.
For Noah, yeah, it was very, very clean right there. And man, what a day! A totally different Noah, and I'd say if this is also the same Noah, obviously we're going to see some adjustments and leveling up, evolving Noah going into the World Championships. I'd say, there's going to be a threat here coming from the Philippines. So World, if you're watching right now, I'm sorry. We got Noah.
Yeah, no, it's really excellent here. Obviously, everyone is going to be able to join in on the fun happening in the Pokemon World Championships. All of our top 8 plus actually 2. I believe we had Raichu actually who collected on number 10.
So our the 9th and 10th place, because again after the top 16 we only got a top 8 coming in. But for just for everyone's information, the 9th placer is going to be Vincent Ignacio, and the 10th place is going to be Ryan Chua, or more known as Raichu.
That's right. So good times and very good VGC players joining trainers from all over the world in the Pokemon World Championships, again happening in August. So I hope you guys are very excited for that. And that's going to be it for us. That was a beautiful day of VGC here. We got our top 10 players. We've got really good talent. And I cannot wait to watch them play again.
Oh no, yeah, I'm just excited for more Pokemon VG action. And after this one, of course, if you are still tuning in, if you're interested in the TCG, it's still happening right now. They still have a lot of matches to go on, so make sure to check out the description if you want to see that. And at the same time, you know, after this one, after the Master Ball League, we still have the Pokemon Go Regional Championships, and of course the Pokemon Unite Philippine National Qualifiers coming up in 2 weeks. So make sure you stay tuned for more Pokemon action only here in this region. But with that being said, it has been an amazing Master Ball League. I had fun being on the caster's desk. I hope you had yours as well. And unfortunately, we have to say goodbye. But I want to see more Pokemon here, as so do you. I hope, man.
Absolutely, a great first cast for me, honestly. Thank you so much for your everyone who watched on the streams, everyone who is joining us in the venue. Maybe we'll see you later. But for now, that's gonna be it for me and JJ Kun. On behalf of J Kun, I'm Rockhart. This is the Master Ball League for the Asia Championship Series. See you on the next one.